It's account reviewing time, so there's a couple things that are broken, which I'll get into. I have a better plan this time for how to have this not be chaotic, but we'll see how it goes. Some things still might break. I was testing some things before the stream started, and I'm going to go over how it's going to work shortly here, and hopefully it works well. That's all I can say. I'm going to wait a second here and talk about some things while I let people join the stream. And but the notable thing is it should be less chaotic. And I just realized I think I just left the default whatever like conservative ad insertion that YouTube automatically does on live streams. I could turn that off. I'm thinking of if I have a similar amount of donations this stream and then in future streams like doing reviews, I'd like to like kind of do these maybe once a week or at least once every other week. I will potentially just not run ads, I think, on these streams. But anywho's, we'll see. Hello, is my stream working? I didn't actually check. Yeah, it is. Yay, that's good. That's nice. We like things that work. That part works at least. So, anywho's, let's bring the UI back. Well, I don't really need the UI that bad, to be honest, but we're going to plop no, not that. There we go. We're just going to plop Arlecchino down here. And, yeah, I know, EU is, we're still 6 hours away from Emilie and NA here. NA is sad. Anywho's, what was I saying? I don't know. Oh, yeah. So, to go over, bad side. First of all, the first thing that's broken, so if you are in the chat, there's a pinned message. This is not broken. The form is not broken, but the chat is broken. So normally I have on-screen chat. Here, let me show you what the on-screen chat looks like. I guess I'll run a poll. What happens when I do a poll with a pinned message? Anyways, I have a pinned message right now for a Google form for you to submit your UID. So the idea is even if I get donations, so if I get donations, I will, like obviously if people are paying me to review the character, I will review your character, right? But I'm going to try to, instead of like doing what happened last time where I got stuck doing like paid dono ones for like an hour, I'm going to alternate, right? So if I have donations, I'll do the donation, but then the next one, if I do a donation review, will be a randomized review. And to keep chat not just like a dirge of people spamming UIDs in the chat. Instead, there's a form there, which is not perfect. I got some things, like I threw it together in like an hour last night. It's not perfect. I'm going to see the problems with it with this stream, so you'll have to bear with me. Hopefully it'll go well. But yeah, the chat on screen is broken because YouTube must have updated something that now the CSS that like made it all transparent and whatever just doesn't function anymore. Now it says, you know, the sign in to, like it obviously that doesn't look great, right? I guess I'll let my chat decide if, because most of the stream is gonna look like this, right? Where's my browser? Most of the stream is gonna look like this. And switching between that, so I could, you know, put the chat like here, right? And it might be fine, I guess, to have it like that for this stream. Actually, it's still kind of in the way. Okay, yep. Okay, there's one of the problems. Error. Yep. I don't know why that's broken right now. It just is broken. Yeah, like it's really ugly. I agree. Like, blame YouTube. They updated something that my CSS, the CSS I had that made it all nice, transparent, it broke. And I didn't see that until like 20 minutes before starting the stream, and I was too busy trying to see if I could make this function. And you can see this does not function perfectly. So, but it sometimes functions. Look. So, I don't know. Here, let me do a poll. I guess. Hopefully, it doesn't delete my pinned message. But let me do a poll. Keep ugly chat on screen. I'll let the live viewers decide. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, oh, there we go. So there's two problems with my spreadsheet. Basically, what this is doing is, so I put in. I put in my Google form not to, don't, hopefully no one was stupid and they put their personal information here. And they only put the information that's important for this, because this is going to show on screen. Shouldn't be any private information that you didn't already submit here that wouldn't be seen anyways on screen. But basically, people are just submitting to the Google form, and then I can just refresh the page, and then it will give me a random UID, and then it's supposed to also give whatever characters they wanted me to look at, and then give some additional information. But there's a problem there if you just noticed. It's automatically refreshing. And also that I like how that poll just pops up in the UI, and that looks really terrible. Oh god, okay. That looks really bad. So, anywho's, yeah, blame YouTube for that. Because this is what, to be clear, there shouldn't be polls most of this stream. So it shouldn't look like that. But once I end, I don't have a way to dismiss that, by the way, because like it's not an interface I can dismiss. It's just like I give OBS the URL and it displays the web window, but then the CSS is supposed to make it look nice, but the CSS is broken, and I didn't have time to try to fix it. So, anywho's, the point is, does anyone in chat know if there's a way to make a Google Sheet not automatically update when a new thing is added? Because that's what's happening, is someone is submitting a new addition to the form, and then it's automatically updating, and that's a problem because I need to be able to like read this and then click on the next thing, and I might like randomize to someone, and then yeah, like that. Like I might have like randomized to the person before, and then I wasn't even able to like click on the link. File, settings, calculation, real calculation. Yes, let's go. Thank you, Melly. Give me a second. So chat is voting 60% yes to keep the ugly chat on screen. So I'm just gonna end the poll, but if I see a lot of feedback saying, get rid of the ugly chat, I will get rid of the ugly chat. What I will do quick here, at least to make it slightly nicer, I'll get rid of the stupid pinned thing at the top. Stop calling us ugly. It's not you that's ugly, it's YouTube that made you ugly. It's your parents that made you ugly. No. Anywho's, so this is already going well. Already immediately getting, like, I like how everything decided to break, basically. Well, actually, the randomizer is mostly working. The randomizer is mostly working. So, transform, edit transform, and then crop the top. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. We got it. We got it. Okay, I can go faster than that by manually typing this in. 100. Maybe less than 100. 80. Oh, more than, nope. 100 was probably approximately correct. 100 was correct. Okay, never mind. There we go. Alright. And then, so there we go. This is what it's going to look like this stream. There you go. Blame YouTube. It's not my fault. It's not my fault this looks like this. It's YouTube's fault. Okay. But yeah, anyways, I don't know why my lookup function is broken. Because it's basically, this is a random selection. It just makes an index of everything, every UID, and then randomizes between one of them with the rand between function. And then the lookup function is basically just supposed to go and look at, it checks for this number, and then it's like, and then it goes and looks for whatever information is in the C and D column, and then inputs it here in a nicer looking format. But for some reason that just isn't functioning for some of these. I don't understand why. I'm not going to worry about it right now. It's not that important. So, it's good enough. And this seems to mostly work, which is good. What? Why? Oh, there we go. Okay, this seems to work, so I can just like click on the link, and then it can open. Well, okay, it takes a second to load, but the redirect takes a second. It actually might be faster to just like go Control C on this, and then Control V, and then do it. Or that was the same one. Do Control C, and then do Control V. That might be faster than clicking the link. So the link is kind of pointless. But hey, I had fun. I didn't know that this was a thing that you could do an encode URL thing. That was a fun thing to learn about yesterday. Anywho's, it should function. Wait, oh yeah, I need to go change that setting though before we get started. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I'm learning things on the go. Where did Melly said how to do this? Melly is file, settings, calculation, recalculation. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna open it up in another window. Okay. File settings. Oh, nope. There we go. File settings, calculation, recalculation, on change. On change in every minute. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll do on change in every minute. Save settings. Sweet. Thank you, Millie. You're awesome. So now it should only it'll refresh on change, but only every minute, which means I should be able to like read whatever people have. Can you get this out of my face? Why is this link just stuck here? Go away. Okay. Stop. Why is it? Before this only popped up when I clicked on this. Okay. Well, there we go. Weird. Oh, that seemed like more than every minute. Refresh. Maybe it just doesn't take effect. Maybe it doesn't work for the viewer. Oh god. Oh god, that didn't work. Oh god, it didn't work. Melly, help! It didn't work. Why didn't it work? File. Settings. Calculation. Okay, how about... Yeah, this affects how often now, today, rand, and ran between, that we're doing ran between, are updated. On change in every minute. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's on, it's always doing, oh, it's and. It's not, That's why. Frick. Okay, there's no way to disable that then. At least this is not the setting for that. Because all I'm doing is, all that setting did is it told it to, is updating on change and every minute, not both, right? That's what I thought it meant initially. I thought it was only going to change if a minute had passed and there was a change. But no, it's changing if there was a change or if there, oh frick, okay. So that does not help. Okay. Well, it's fine. What we're gonna do is it's showing the wrong description for UID, is it? Well, the thing is, it's gonna be updating so fast sometimes. Like, it's gonna update with like basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave my selection box on this when I select. So I'm gonna basically refresh the page. I'm gonna Control-C this quick. Oh god, see, that was the problem. I'm gonna Control-C this, but you know what? Fine. This is just an aspect to the randomness too, because to be clear, every single time it updates, it randomly selects one, and this is just gonna be broken sometimes. Oh well. We're just gonna have to go on the honor system to some extent until I can figure out fixing this. What if you add a button on that had the function if pressed refresh? I did have a function that does. I did have a button that does that. Like you can add like a checkbox whenever an update happens on the sheet. It will update the ran between function. But the problem is it's going to also always update whenever someone submits to the form. That's the problem I'm having right now. I need to prevent it from updating when someone submits to the form. There might be a way to like fix this by having this be on a separate sheet rather than the same sheet. But I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. Like link between two spreadsheets. So, you know, I'm not going to close the form because the form is here for you to be able to see things. So, anywho's, we're just doing this like this for now. If it's a problem, I'll figure something else out, like a roulette or whatever. What I'm going to start with is actually reviewing Nime's stuff here, because Nime actually, I don't know if Nime's watching right now, but Nime, they asked me to review their stuff last time. I picked them out because like they had a question or whatever that was interesting, I think, to answer, but then their profile wasn't visible, and now their profile is visible. So I wanted to go through these quick because I think they're kind of interesting. So Nime's AR-55, right? Spiral Bliss 11.3. And they have Electro Traveler on flop. Wait, no. Is this Electro Traveler? I thought it was Electro Traveler. It's Dendro Traveler now. Yeah, it's Dendro Traveler now. Okay. When I originally looked at this, it was like literally yesterday or 2 days ago. Nime's Traveler was Electro on 4-piece flop. Now they're Dendro on 4-piece flop, which is... I don't know if it's better. But, so, is there going to be account fixing? Not in this stream. But yes, there was going to be one last week, but I didn't, yeah. So, anywho's, eBay, like, a lot of your builds are in progress. I can say, like, if you're doing Kaya, you like using Kaya, physical Kaya is not the best way to go. Oh, wait, this is a freeze Kaya. Oh. I thought this was physical Kaya based on the weapon. Okay. You should consider using not prototype Rancor. There's an attack percent weapon, right? Yeah, there's definitely an attack percent sword. Amenoma. That you can use instead of Rancor. I guess you're going for like a hybrid Kaya. Not that hybrid Kaya can't work, but Kaya's physical damage contribution is not that relevant. So, also Geo Goblet. I mean, look, to force the set bonus early on, it can be worth it, particularly. But it's kind of weird. So, I don't know. It's interesting looking at Nime's profile here because they're clearly a pretty low investment player. They have a 4 Golden Troop build on Furina. Cool Steel. What is... Cool Steel gives attack percent. I think that's the one that gives, like, additional damage to enemies affected by Hydro or Electro or some... I don't know. Either way, like... Not necessarily the worst weapon for Furina, technically, but also the pipe exists. The fishing pipe that you get in Fontaine. No, not that. Let me go open up my browser, that game. Wherever she is over here. I forgot her name. Why is my mouse gone? There we go. This lady. You can get the fishing pipe for her. Like, get that for Furina instead of whatever Cool Steel. Oh, it's C1 too, yeah. Other than that, though, your build is not terrible. You got a good chunk of ER. And if you use the fishing weapon, you'd have definitely enough ER, right, for solo Hydro. HP Goblet would be ideal, of course, but, you know, not the end of the world. So if you have an HP Goblet, since this is in your off-piece Goblet, it would be better and whatnot. But, of course, a lot of Furina's utility is how you use Furina more than her own build. So as long as she has enough ER to burst consistently, or using healers that are decent with her in teams, then you're probably fine. Cool Steel's Hydro and Cryo. Yeah, okay. That's actually worse than Electro. Yeah, Cool Steel's not great. Not with an attack percent substat, basically. Iron Sting Kazuha. It's actually a very good Kazuha build. Not necessarily enough ER to burst consistently in a lot of teams, but Kazuha doesn't have to burst in every single team he's in, so, you know, it depends. You could use more ER. Luckily, you have an off-piece timepiece, which means you could just switch to an ER timepiece in situations where you need more ER. And that's the easiest solution for you. Or switch to Fav. It seems like a decent Yao Deepwood build. Not necessarily enough ER to burst consistently, actually, so you probably want an ER timepiece. Yaya heals so much that it doesn't really matter for her to have an HP timepiece, but yeah, a lot of your pieces aren't leveled up fully, which is just... It's not the end of the world. And the Xiangling is a Xiangling build. But to be clear, she's not even C4, so it's barely even worth it. This is not a very functional Xiangling, other than the fact that she has a little bit of EM, so, you know, for an early game Xiangling. She's level 90, though. You leveled 90 Xiangling with this? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah. You've leveled 90, like, all your characters. That's interesting. I didn't even notice that. Some of these characters are worth level 90. Eventually. The only one here that's definitely worth level 90 is Furina. All the other ones, like, yeah. So that's a lot of wasted resources. Like, Nime, if you're watching, I don't know if you are, because you were from last time. Yeah, that's a lot of wasted resources. Good catch. Like, it depends how many characters you're leveling, but especially AR-55. Like, AR-55 might seem like you played a while. You played a little while, but on the scale of, like, how many resources it takes for characters, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like you know, I'll say it was probably worth it for level 90 Kazuha because he can do so much swirl damage, but you were probably not worth level 90 necessarily. Maybe Yao and like a Nilou team, right? But like this is enough to level at least like these 4 characters. If you didn't level 90 of them, was enough heroes, wits, and Mora to level up like 3 other characters to level 80. So yeah, yeah, and your weapon situation isn't great. Get the fishing weapon for Furina. Probably put Fab on your Xiangling if you actually want to use her, but also she's not even C4, so who cares? I don't personally like a non-C4 Xiangling that much. It's the difference in many of the teams where Xiangling is like really good in her not like as soon as you don't have C4, like there's so much downtime in her pyro application and damage uptime that it's just like she just feels bad without C4 in so many contexts, in my opinion. Dendro Traveler is good because Dendro good. This build doesn't necessarily make sense. You probably want a Deepwood build for Dendro Traveler. But other than that, it's actually pretty decent. You have a good amount of ER. Yeah, just like a Deepwood ER timepiece sack sword build is kind of all you need. So, anywho's, let's yeah. If anyone donates, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned that before. So, if anyone donates, I'm going to try to alternate between doing a random UID and then doing donations. So, if I don't have donations, I'll just keep on doing randoms, right? Yeah, so pinned comment, for anyone joining that doesn't see in the chat, there's a pinned comment for a Google form to submit your thing, and my randomizer might break here. I'm not going to talk about it in depth again. Hopefully it will mostly function. The automatic refreshing is a slight problem. But you know what? The auto refresh gave us this Ganyu Alhaitham, and we're going to go review this Ganyu and Alhaitham. But yeah, and if I end up making oops, I didn't actually hit the arrow. If I end up like getting donations like to the point, what? This wasn't the UID that said Ganyu and Alhaitham, right? Okay, so that might just be completely broken. Okay, so this just might be completely broken right now. I don't know why it's completely broken. It was definitely functioning in some form when I was testing before. Like, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to look in this column for the number that matches whatever it randomized to, and then it's supposed to give it here. And I don't know why it's not functioning. Well, I mean, I knew it was somewhat broken, but it seems to be very broken. Okay, well, oh well. If I'm reviewing your Ganyu, just let me know in chat. Sorry, not your Ganyu. If I'm reviewing your profile, obviously Yayu's here has one character to look at, but if I'm looking at your character, your character profile, and you want me to look at specific things, just let me know in chat. This one's pretty easy. I wonder which one they want me to review. This is, oh good lord, a C6 Hu Tao. Yeah, this is a strong Hu Tao. You're running it, just an FYI though, if you didn't know, for like normal vape Hu Tao, which I'm assuming you are doing because that's why Crimson makes sense. EM timepiece with Homa is better. Not that it's easy to get an EM timepiece equivalent to this. It's possible your EM timepieces you've got are not as good to a degree, like so much worse that this is still better for you. What's the website? It's enka.network. It's right there, enka.network. So yeah, Hu Tao, pretty good. This is a very, very good build. Honestly, like as far as like the difference between HP EM timepiece, it like for Hu Tao's best teams, it probably barely matters. Like it's probably not the difference between clearing or not, but if you are trying to optimize a really highly invested Hu Tao, EM timepiece would be better. That's really all. I guess, you know what, for funsies, since this just randomizes every time, I don't even have to like manually refresh things. Since this just does it updates every time there's a new submission. If I switch to it and there's a new thing, we're just gonna select whatever one is switched to, so it'll be exciting. We'll see if it's actually correct here. Do they actually want me to look at Raiden? I don't know. We'll find out. Will it ever function? I don't know. I have no idea why my lookup function is broken. Like, I used the same exact lookup function that I used for a sheet that me and my friend made that listed every single character in the Malazan Book of the Fallen series. And the lookup function with the exact same formatting worked perfectly fine in that. Like, we verified and never had it. I don't understand. Anyways, there's no Raiden here, so Plexi. so we're just going to ignore this. Here, yep, just ignore this. Oh well. Childe and Neuvillette. Alright. And if there's any other interested ones, I'll do it. But yeah. I'm not getting any donations this time, which is fine. But I will review Dono ones if I get them. But if I get overwhelmed by donation ones like it happened last stream, then I will do it they might get postponed to like the end of the stream. So if you don't have time and you do a donation, I will try to get to your donation, but it will be at like the end of the stream potentially. So anyways, Childe and Nuvie. Childe is a character I cannot say is my favorite in the game, but this is a pretty dang strong Childe build. If I get bored, I might switch to, I might like manually, by the way, switch to like going through here and seeing if there's something anyone has said that stands out to me. But anywho's, this was working at least for keeping the chat not being chaotic. Anywho's, this is a very good Childe build. This is ridiculous. Why have you spent so much resin in this domain? Where's your Dia build? I want to see your Dia build. That's what I actually want to see. That's what I actually want to see, Plexi. Like, what does your Dia build look like after spending this much resin in this domain? Or has this all been Strongbox? Maybe it's all Strongbox. Yeah, this is definitely one of the flowers of all time. It's okay. I'm trolling, obviously. It's ridiculous. By the way, for anyone that, like, I see people sometimes having a weirdly high obsession with 50 crit value artifacts. Like, when will I ever get one? Statistically, 8 years. Can't be Strongbox? Oh, yeah. Yeah, duh. 8 years. No, I'm not. And, like, yeah, like, that's a long time. 8 years. So, don't ever expect to get one, basically, unless you plan on playing the game for 8 years. So, anywho's, yeah, this, you're insane. Why have you spent this much resin in this domain? I hope it is enjoyable to you, or worthwhile to you. This seems like a very strong Childe build. He probably rips, is my guess. Anywho's, Ayato. Heart of Depth, very nice. You've got 2 onset Hydro Goblets from this domain. I just want to point that out. That's how much resin you've spent in this domain. You've gotten a near 40 CV piece, and then this piece, which had like a better balance of stats for your Childe. I'm guessing you needed the ER and whatever. Good lord. Why have you spent so much resin on these characters? Also, where's your crit rate? I would not like this low of a crit rate personally, but if you don't mind it, you know, who am I to judge? Seems pretty dang good. You can Strongbox Heart of Depth at least. Much more relatable flower. This is a much more relatable build overall. A little bit skewed towards crit damage in a way that's not optimal, but it's probably fine. That's my number one takeaway from like my Arlecchino videos. Like, it's kind of pointless to harp too much on like optimal crit ratios when just like having a bunch of crit can just be all that matters. It's not the end of the world to have slightly unoptimal things going on. Just lower crit is just meaning you're a lot more inconsistent, right? So I would probably switch to a crit rate circle in this build personally. Particularly if you have a crit rate circle that has like 28 crit damage, like a really good crit rate circlet, right? Because then you're not even sacrificing that much crit damage, right? But you know, your anatomy just got I like that name for Ayato. Your anatomy just got Childe's old set. That makes sense. That's fair. Human, can you give me some pointers for Raiden, Baizhu, and Kuki from my account? Thanks. Human, you didn't give me your UID. I will point out that for anyone that's doing the donations, super chats, you need to give me your UID. I do not have the ability to magically pull up your profile. Like, I don't have your username here. I can't like reference this to find your UID or anything. So Human, I will look at your thing, but give me your UID in the chat somewhere. You don't have to do another donation. Just give it to me in the chat. You might have to put some words with it because YouTube doesn't like people just sending numbers. But anywho's, I'm not gonna trust this. We're gonna copy this. Blam. Alright, Mr. Hots, what do you want me to look at? You don't have telepathy? Unfortunately, not yet. Hello, CW Oni. People like this background noise, by the way. I like this. Why? By the way, I just noticed the stupid box on screen. I cropped out the Google form link, and now it shows the Google form link again. Why? Why? Whatever. It's just gonna get stuck there. I'm too lazy to fix it. Okay, yeah, I like the background noise. When I teleported here for the event that started today, and I was like, you know what, this is a nice background vibe. Anywho's, anyways, Mr. Hots. Who's Mr. Hots? The characters were just Chica? Okay. Who do you want? Just Chica. Whatever, I'll just read whatever ones. Yeah, that's a feather. This is a good Ayaka build. Yeah, this is an Amenoma Ayaka build, so, you know. Yeah, this is a very, very good Ayaka. Oh, this isn't you? Okay, I have no idea. Did I miss whoever this is in chat? Maybe they're not chatting. I guess I'll just briefly glance through all of them. Slim Diesel for the 40 of whatever currency. Thank you. Do you want me to review a thing? Bum, it's you? Oh, okay. What do you want me to review, Bum? Otherwise, we'll just glance through. Yeah, if you want me to, if you're donating for me to review your characters, I do need a UID. So, anyways. And in worst case, if you donate, you know, you can DM me on Discord or something. So anyways. What was it? The catch build. This looks like a pretty dang good catch build. Yep, this looks like a pretty dang good catch build on Raiden. There's not much to say about it, honestly. Ayaka, Raiden, Fischl, Xiangling, Furina. Oh god, okay. Well, we already looked at your Ayaka. There's not much to improve on that, I would say. Same thing with Raiden, assuming traditional. I mean, you improve it by doing hybrid Raiden. But no, it looks like a very good Raiden build. You know, honestly, there's not... like, Raiden builds are... The limitation for Raiden in a traditional build and her teams where her traditional build like this makes sense is not the build limitation once you get to that level of investment, realistically. So, wait, you didn't say you want me to look at Yanfei, but I'm going to look at Yanfei anyways, because I want to look at Yanfei. Look at this. This is a freaking Triple Crown Yanfei, not C6. Sad. I think C6 is a pretty meaningful DPS upgrade for Yanfei. But this is a pretty cracked out Crimson Yanfei. Even got 100 EM in substats. Like, dang. This is a nice Yanfei, just saying. I hope you get C6. I think she's on banner today, so, you know. Anyways, Fish, Xiangling, Furina. Okay, I like Fish. Level 90 Fish, C6 Fish, nice. A little bit skewed ratio, but understandable. It is a Fish build. This is right at that balance point where it sometimes it can be maybe worth it depending on what crit rate circlets you have. Also, you're doing 5-piece flex. I feel like it might be possible for you to use an off-piece that could... This goblet is... I hate you for this goblet, by the way. Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, I would consider actually using an off-piece circlet. Crit rate with a lot of crit damage, or crit damage with a lot of crit rate over this circlet, to be honest. But it's a very good Fischl regardless. Just slightly inconsistent. Your Furina's level 80, sad. But other than that, this seems like a pretty strong Furina. Maybe a little bit less ER than you need in a lot of teams. But not necessarily dysfunctional, and the difference maker is probably just switching to an HP type. Human, I said you didn't have to give more money, but thank you. Thank you, I guess. Good lord. I will look at yours in just a second. Is Emilie out? No, not yet for me, not in NA in some regions, but anywho's, yep, you can just switch to an ER timepiece, right, when you need to. So I think this is a perfectly fine build. It just requires some switching up sometimes. Nice Xiangling build. This is actually very strong Xiangling build, other than the ER needs potentially not being enough in some teams, but Xiangling's ER needs vary from like around here to 700% in solo Hydra situations. So, you know, in your situation, you can just like switch to Fav and the crit rate circle, and you're mostly fine. To switch this build around in different teams, so it is a very good Xiangling build. I don't have much to comment on, honestly. It's a very good Xiangling build. Yep. So, anywho's, I like your Yanfei. She's my favorite of your builds, even though you didn't even ask me to look at her. Alright, let's look at humans. And Slim Diesel did another donation too. Okay. What do you want me to look at, Slim Diesel? I guess I'll just look at all of them, but anywho's. Hybrid Raiden and Hybrid Baizhu. Did I not like look at your? I feel like I looked at yours already. You're doing an engulfing Hybrid Raiden. So engulfing is the other weapon that is probably the best at doing hybrid Raiden, but it just puts a lot of onus in wanting crit stats, crit substats over like ER attack percent, and that makes it, yeah, it's just like, I don't like it personally. But it is an easy way to make sure you can burst consistently on hybrid Raiden, and like engulfing gives enough stats that hybrid Raiden wants that you can justify like going towards EM and crit in substat, EM main stat and crit substats. So this is not very hybrid Raiden, to be honest. Like, I consider hybrid Raiden needing to have like towards 400 EM. Like hybrid Raiden, I would consider being an EM timepiece, EM goblet instead of a, right? Because not that this is not. This is more just like a quick bloom Raiden, right? But it's still kind of hybrid. So, you know, it's not hybrid in how I conceive of it. But $10 from Malfunction Studios. Love your videos. Thank you, Malfunction. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like it. I like any hybrid Raiden, to be clear. the pain with hybrid Raiden on engulfing is just like, you want like EM main stat, crit rate circlet, and then a whack ton of crit rate, crit damage in substats, and getting crit rate, crit damage, especially on like an EM goblet, is an actual nightmare. So versus Staff of Scarlet Sands makes it so that the amount of stats you need in your substats is diversified between crit rate, crit damage, ER, and attack percent. You need a mix of all of those, because like Staff of Scarlet Sands gives you so much crit rate just from the free substat that you don't need to worry about getting as much crit in your substat, and that makes it so much easier to actually build. Like I think in the video I made about hybrid Raiden, I overestimated the difficulty of building hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands. Yeah, engulfing you can definitely do. You could even do more EM and still make it work, but it doesn't have the same thing where it's converting. It's making EM always valuable to you for Raiden's damage contribution, but it kind of makes up for that by converting ER to attack. But it's kind of weird. It's doable to do hybrid Raiden. Is my point. What was the other one? Hybrid Baizhu. Oh yeah. I could have sworn I looked at a hybrid Baizhu before. Proto Amber, hybrid Baizhu. I feel it. So Baiju's damage is not HP scaling from what I recall. He does like do a little bit of like team Dendro reaction buffing based on its HP, of course. This just looks like a normal Baizhu. Am I having a stroke? This just looks like a normal Baizhu, right? It's a normal Baizhu with a lot of crit. So he's gonna occasionally trigger some meaningful spread damage. But I would think like a hybrid Baizhu looks more like maybe still an HP circlet, but has a crit rate. HP goblet, but maybe a crit rate circlet. Would be my guess. Can you check your Kuki? Sure, I'll check your Kuki. It just looks like a hybrid bloom Kuki. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? I think. Oh wait, then you got a lot of crit actually. You also have an HP timepiece, which is interesting. I mean, if you're going for like a hybrid, like Kuki occasionally gets some good aggravate damage, you probably want to do an Electro Goblet, right? I feel like the HP is not that relevant here. So yeah, if you want pointers for like a hybrid Kuki, I would say like, I mean, like obviously EM Goblet if you want to maximize your hyper bloom damage. That's probably the optimal thing most people would say. But if you want to see like bigger crit damages, just because you like seeing, you know, 15k aggravates on some of like her burst hits or whatever. Like I saw you're running Ziffo, so you're getting a bunch of ER from your EM, right? You could run an Electro Goblet potentially. So I like it. As far as Baizhu goes, yeah, I would suggest maybe a crit circlet. Because like Baizhu can still heal, like if you're getting a bunch of like healing from Proto Amber, right? I don't know, it depends how much healing you need in conjunction with Furina, of course. But like if you're using Proto Amber and you wanted to get Baizhu to deal more meaningful damage, just because you enjoy seeing big numbers from him, whatever, and you don't need the extra healing for Furina or for survivability, then you can do like Dendro Goblet crit circlet on him, right? But that'd just be a it depends situation on how much you need the healing. Yeah, hybrid, we were talking about what that just means basically building Raiden to have a bunch more EM so that she can do a lot of transformative reaction damage, and also giving her enough of damage relevant stats so she can get meaningful aggravate damage from off field, or more notably, of course, still bursting consistently and getting satisfying big burst damage from Raiden, because that's what makes Raiden fun. But Raiden's biggest strength is her off-field transformative reaction utility, but her most fun is her on-field utility, so however Raiden is getting both. Okay, so now I'm getting donations to the point where I'm going to have to do what I said before. We're going to alternate. Okay, so anyways, we're going to alternate. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna do this one. This is broken, by the way. I had a stroke because it began with 1. What began with 1? I kind of want to go find the one that began with 1. Was that a real? Because isn't 1 like internal server stuff? Or did they just typo? There it is. I think they just typoed. Okay, we'll check this one quick. When do you plan to do? Oh. No characters in character showcase. Well, okay. I did say in the thing to make sure your profile was visible. That also means you had to have characters in your profile. Also, your AR7. There's not much I can review at AR7. I hope you're enjoying the game, DJD Kecker. What? This is a valid UID? What is 1? R6KJ7? Isn't 1 like internal server? What do you mean I put the wrong UID? I just copied the whatever was from this page, so I think 1 is Chinese servers? I thought is 1 China? Okay, interesting. Welcome. I don't think I can review your things. But you are also a newer player. I hope you are enjoying the game. I can't review anything. How am I getting Asia reviews in here? Emilie weapon is so pretty on Shenhe. Did you get it, Sylveon? Congrats. Yeah, it might be a bot account, I guess. Hey, I guess that is probably a thing now that I think about it. How did it wind up in my things then? Like, they probably typoed, to be clear. This person probably typoed, but it happened to match a bot account. I don't know. Anyways, let's review an actual one. We'll refresh. All right. Oh, well, sorry. Whoever was there for a brief second just got deleted. The Google form decided to update and delete you. Random chance be random chance. And then we're gonna review. Okay, yeah. So I'm already backlogged on super chats, whatever. So again, if I missed yours, feel free to DM me. Otherwise, I will make sure, like, at the end, once I hit like the 3-hour mark on my stream, I'm probably gonna, and I have donations left still, I'm gonna just switch to only dono ones, right? That's my plan. I will try to get through them all. I will go review them all. But if YouTube F's up and doesn't display them to me after I try to review them manually, feel free to DM me. Anywho's, what are we looking at here? Anything interesting? This seems to be a Scaramouche build, 4-piece pavilion, pretty good. Is this yours? Scara, Ayato, and Doobie, please. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to say other than, you know, it's pretty decent. I got Widz. I got C2. I don't think C2 gives any crit rate. Of course, if you're playing with Cryo, this should be a perfectly healthy amount of crit rate balance. Might be a little bit low, but again, it's crit rate, you know, and it's a 4-piece of signature set. Like, obviously the timepiece could be potentially improved, but realistically, I don't know. If you want to improve your build at this point, wait for Strongbox in 3 weeks, and you might be able to get a slightly better timepiece. That's obviously the only improvement. Other than that, you know, the main thing is, do you have C6 Fars on or not? I'm guessing since you have C2 Wander, you probably have C6 Fars on, and you're probably fine. The problems that Wander would have past that point is just like being kind of more single target focused, or Abyss Cycles punishing Animo or whatever because of Animo resistance. Blah 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 blah. Ayato. Crit rate again. This is a low enough crit rate that I would use a crit rate circlet personally. Other than that, seems like a very good Ayato build. Yeah, lower crit rate than I would prefer most of the time, and like Ayato does like to burst in a lot of teams, so this might not be enough ER, but really depends on the team. Newbie. Jade. ER check. The problem with Jade when you start to also is level 60. Actually, I guess when I think about it, you don't need to level it up anymore because you would be overcapped on crit rate. That's funny. So yeah, the problem with Jade is two things. One, it can make it, depending on like what your artifacts are looking like, it can make it easy to overcap. It is funny in this case that you can just not level it up anymore because like why you don't get anything from leveling it up in this case. That's funny. So yeah, there's no reason to level it up anymore. In your case, you might want more ER, and that's the other factor in Jade, where Jade can give a lot of stats to Neuvillette, but you also need to be able to burst consistently on Neuvillette. So if you're having any struggles with Neuvillette in your teams, also you have C1. It might be that, but realistically, this is a very good Neuvillette build. Otherwise, you know, you got 100% crit rate, a very healthy amount of HP. Hydro Goblet would theoretically be better, of course, but honestly, with how good this HP Goblet is, and it's where all your ER is coming from, it kind of makes sense to do this. That's my feeling. So, anywho's. Alright, let's look through one of the super chats. Okay, what was the... I think Slim Diesel. You didn't say which one you want me to look at, but you just said, I don't want to reset Abyss 50 times. Okay. You put the wrong UID? I mean, then submit again with the right UID. I do have to implement some functions to make it so that it can clean up errors. Like I haven't implemented any function that gets rid of like fake UIDs or whatever, or mistyped ones, but it's fine. You only showed me 4 characters here, but you have, you know, like if you like consistency, Raiden on a normal build is sadly not the most consistent character in the world, although you actually have a lot more crit rate than many people run on Raiden. So like Raiden is a question, okay, what team are you playing a normal Raiden build on? Because there's not that many teams that a normal Raiden build makes sense. There's basically National, and National's performance is going to require a lot of investment on your other characters, potentially, to make worthwhile. Like it's not just damage that's coming from Raiden that's carrying the team. It's like how good your Xiangling build is and how good your Xingqiu is or whatever other Hydra unit. And your Bennett also has to be invested. Like your Bennett hopefully is crowned. If you crowned your Raiden, hopefully you crowned your Bennett. Kind of thing. But your Raiden build itself is not the problem, right? It's more just like what teams are you using her on. And you could do a Chevreuse team in the same vein as National, where you're doing Bennett, Xiangling, Chevreuse. Raiden would be probably pretty good, but again, like how good the team might feel might depend on how good your Xiangling build is. So, yep. That's what I would advise to you, but Raiden is a little bit of RNG. Hopefully you kill things in the right, like if you don't manage to kill things in a rotation with like a Raiden team on this kind of a build, and then end up having to like burst again to like get the last quarter of an enemy's HP done, that can really significantly hurt your clear times in Abysses, and it's part of why I don't think she's normally a very good carry. Versus like Hybrid Raiden helps with that, because now you're like balancing out her damage contribution to not just be all loaded in her burst like initial hit kind of thing. You're having constant damage output from her in off field, whatever, blah blah blah. So I'm not trying to push people towards Hybrid Raiden, I'm just saying that's why I like Hybrid Raiden, and I'm using it as an example for the problems you might be feeling as far as your frustration with not wanting to reset Abyss 50 times, is that quite frankly I don't think Raiden is the perfect character for avoiding that. On a normal build. So, yeah, your Nahida build seems very good. I prefer EM Goblet over Dendro Goblet. As far as Nahida's personal damage, it doesn't really matter. I just like it over a Dendro Goblet because it buffs your on-fielder's EM a little bit more, which may or may not matter depending on what your on-fielder is doing. You might want more ER than this to burst consistently on Nahida. How relevant that is a big ol' it depends. Sack Frags is good on her. I kind of swear by Prototype Amber at this point, because it's just really nice turning her into a healer. But yeah, I don't know. The build is it's a high damage output Nahida build, that's for sure. Like I think, and this might be not enough ER in some situations, but just switch to an ER timepiece, like what I said before. This is a very good Furina build overall, I would say. So yeah, like, I don't think your build investment is the issues you're having, Slim Diesel. I think it's potentially the teams you're using and like what kind of mechanics you're using. Like as much as it might like hurt you to like put Raiden on an EM build, there might be Abyss cycles where it makes a lot more sense to put Raiden on an EM build and do a Hyper Bloom team, right? But you just need to acknowledge that like if you want to play a particular character a particular way, that limits your potential ability to clear the Abyss, right? Without resetting 50 times. That's kind of the perspective I'm operating on. So, you know, it depends. Like I don't think your build investment is the issue. It's more probably just your other characters and team options that might be an issue for a given Abyss. Like what options you have to deal with the Electro Shield kind of thing. Anyways, let's do a random one. Let's review my chat. I definitely missed some donos, by the way. Let me read through the donos. Any important messages? I've only done 2. Oh god. Oh god, yeah, okay. I'm sorry for anyone that donos that's gonna have to wait till the end. You sent a Google Doc, but I'm donated to support you. UID, thank you, everything down. When do you plan to do an entire account review? Entire account reviews are basically my account fixings. So if I'm gonna do like log into people's accounts and review them, it's gonna be account fixing. But thank you for the $10. I have 2 more account fixing videos planned out, by the way. The Express A for the 10 pounds. Thank you. They want to review Fury and Clorinde. We'll get to it soon, hopefully. Wonkaroo gave me 40 of currency I do not know the symbol of. Review everyone. We'll do that in a little bit. Thank you. Mon never donated before, but you're the only Genshin contact. Okay, I've gotten enough money now. You know what I'm gonna do? Give me a second. I'm gonna turn off ads. If people are funding me this way, I do not need to have ads. Give me a second here. But anyways, thank you for the 11.99 euros. Said you're the only Genshin creator you watch. I appreciate that. Hu Tao, Arlecchino, Ganyu, and Neuvillette. Yeah, I'll look at them. Dilu only if there's time. Yeah, hopefully there will be. But yeah, I apologize to anyone paying that it's waiting. But I want to be fair to the people that aren't paying. So that's why I'll try to alternate a little bit. But I will get to I will get to these eventually. As long as YouTube doesn't do a dick move to me and delete the super chats, because they have done that in the past. So if I do not get to them because like YouTube deletes the super chats from the history, DM me. But let me go on my live stream page here and turn off the ads. Success. This is what they did. Say thank you to everyone and chat to the people donating. They have earned you no ads. If YouTube still gives you ads after I turn off monetization here, that's not my fault. I turned it off. I don't know what to tell you. There you go. Ads are off. Blam. Alright. I don't know. I know, but I don't see them. I already got Emilie. Nope, she's not on banner for like 6 more hours for me. Anywho's, I guess we're looking at this one week. I really wish this worked. I wish this function worked. I'm gonna have to... If anyone knows how to make this... Like, why this lookup function is broken. Because basically what I told it to do, right, is I just told it to look for the UID and the UID column on the other sheet. And then it tries to go and use the other columns to input the other stuff from the form here. But this, for some reason, is giving the complete wrong things. I have no idea why. This worked in a different sheet that worked exactly the same way, basically. And it was working when I tested it initially. Both last night and initially before the stream, it was mostly working. But now it seems completely broken. So, someone feel free to message me. I would like to know. Oh, Melly sent me a Discord DM. Thank you, Melly. I will take a look out when I'm done with the stream. For now, it's just fine for the stream. I'm not going to try to fix it live. Yeah. So, anywho's, that's my UID, please. Sorry, I wanted to do the one I initially selected. So, hi, chat and Saluna. Hello, Noah. Ooh, a C5 Keqing. Very nice. Too glad to Keqing. So I'm assuming you probably play Keqing in teams that are not just aggravate, and that's probably why you like this build. That's kind of why I was testing Tubi's builds initially, is because I was testing non-aggravate Keqing initially in my stream from a couple days ago. So yeah, this seems like a very good Keqing Tubi's build. I imagine I will hopefully get my Keqing to a point where she performs similarly to yours. I imagine you do not have many problems with your Keqing, to say the least. Remember, this is like a 90% crit rate Keqing because of her passive gives her crit rate after using her burst, right? So, Yep, you could do 4-piece Thundering Fury though if you wanted. If you're doing aggravate Keqing, and like that skill reset could matter quite significantly potentially. So yeah, this is a pretty cracked Keqing build. The only way it could be improved is if you want to do 4-piece Thundering Fury, particularly for aggravate. But other than that, it seems like a very, very good build for universality of like being better than 4-piece TF in like overload or electro charged context, maybe whatever. So yeah. If anyone, I don't want to tell people to do this, but you know, talents are low. Are they? I mean, yeah, like, yeah, it depends on what team you're using you're in. Like, you probably want to level up a little bit more, maybe, if you really like a Jing, I assume. Like, probably to level 8 normal attack and skill talent, I imagine, but not that crazy low or anything. I don't think it's the difference maker between her feeling like garbage or not. Wait, was that? Oh, that was C6 Furina? Lol. I see what kind of player you are. C2 Nilu. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Hello. I mean, they're not an insane Giga Whale, right? They're not like C6ing every 5-star they get. They're slightly sane at least, so that's something. Of course a whale is someone that gets random too, right? Oh boy. That's great. Okay, yep, very nice Nilu build. The thing is, if I ever get C6 Furina, which is probably never, I'm running her. I'm gonna do my utmost to see if I can run her on a 0 artifact only fab build all the time, because I think it'd be funny. Anywho's, yep, very good builds. I like them a lot. C6 Kazuha was weird. It gives him some, like, this is probably a near optimal C6 Kazuha build, I imagine. Other than the fact that I don't know how often you're bursting. But ignoring that aspect. I mean, if you're playing with him with Faraz on, it probably doesn't matter, right? Anywho's. You can make Plunge Navia work? Of course. I've been doing a little bit of Plunge Navia off camera, and it works pretty decently. So, yep. Anywho's. They at least didn't get refines on weapons. This is, again, a slightly sane whale. We know why this happened. The same thing, I think the same thing happened to Noah that happened to me, right? Like, I don't see Ziphos in your Kazuha, because you're not using Kazuha's signature weapon, because you have C6 Kazuha. But, I got two copies of Key of Kajasuit and a Jade Cutter on that banner. And that's what happened to you. Alright, anywho's, the next back donation ones, hopefully remembers. Alright, everything down. You did not list what things I need to look at here, but, you know, I guess I'll decide. Justice for Dia. You don't even have Dia shown. How dare you? C6 Gaming is nice, actually. Not super highly invested, but definitely a pretty good MH C6 Gaming build. Nothing insane, but pretty dang good, I would say. I imagine you don't have many problems with using your Gaming. Amber. C3, sad. I'm also C3 Amber, and hopefully I'll be getting C4 soon. I'll be with you there. Oh, this is a burst support Amber. I didn't even realize. Yep, this is it. This is definitely a viable thing you can do with Amber. Where you burst on her. She can proc instructors. I think like one of the most common use cases is like for a glass cannon Hu Tao team. You can do like Xingqiu. It's like Xingqiu, Hu Tao, Amber, Kazuha, if I recall. And you use Amber basically to apply some you basically use Xingqiu, use Amber Burst to overwrite the Hydro on that Xingqiu applied. And then also proc Instructors, of course, and give the Elegy buff. And then you use Kazuha to swirl, right? Swirl the Pyro that Amber did, and then you switch to Hu Tao, start doing Hu Tao things. So it's a more glass cannon Hu Tao, but it's like if I had Hu Tao, this is kind of the team I would probably lean towards playing. Yeah, so it's very much a thing you can do, burst support Amber. But kind of relies on Elegy and Instructors being strong to an extent. So yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Good Kazuha build. You have enough ER. You're respectable Fab Kazuha build. I love it. Very respectable, actually. Like this is a very good Fab Kazuha build. I want to acknowledge that. It's a Xingqiu build. C3 Hu Tao, by the way. Good lord. Yep, it's 2-piece. Oh, sorry, it's a 3-piece 2-piece. Strong Hu Tao build. 2-piece 2-piece. I like it. You might be served better with an EM timepiece, assuming you're doing, you know, vaporize things. But overall, very, very good Hu Tao build. EM timepiece is probably the most notable obvious improvement, and being that you, well, oh wait, no, that's 2-piece Crimson. I don't know. You might or might not have flexibility to do that. Not sure. Doo-doo-doo. That is a strong Ganyu. Yep. Ganyu gets some free crit rate in some ways. I think she gets at least 15% free crit rate. Wait, is that only when she's hitting cryo? I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at Ganyu, to be honest. I think she gets some free crit rate, so this is not that low of crit rate. It is a little bit low, but you're already running a crit rate circlet. You have no crit rate in your goblet, and you have very high crit. Like, you probably should bias a bit more towards crit rate versus crit damage, but also this just might be how your rolls win. I don't know. I don't know. You might want a little bit more crit rate. You're a little bit skewed here, but you know, if it's functional for you, what does it matter? Comment looked at. Yep. You're using Raiden as she's best at C0. and at realistic levels of investment, you know, not doing hybrid things that take insane investment. So, insane investment in some form, either in artifacts or having, you know, Staff of Scarlet Sands. Yep. Yep, pretty decent Furina build. She's not critting very often, but hey, she does the buffing. That's all she needs to do half the time. Or 90% of the time, I should say. I like it. Thank you. Noelle lover here would like to spread some love for her. Alright, hopefully we'll get to your Noelle soon, Yuki. Okay, let's do a random one. This is taking so long. I know, I'm gonna not review. Anyone donating, please like, let me know specific characters you want to review. Otherwise, I'm gonna, I think to speed things up, I'm going to no, I'm gonna just do the ones that I think I'm interested in. I think. Anyways, how about your Alhaitham here? YouTube chat takes an annoyingly long time for me to switch between. Like, I have to manually switch between either top chat or super chat. I wonder, wait, can I open a second window? New window. I wonder if I can have a separate window open for. I've never done this before. So I've never gotten enough donations where this was a problem. Oh, I can. Sick. Okay, sweet. I can have a super chat window and a normal chat window open at the same time. Sick. Okay. There we go. I'll do that. I got it. I got it. Alright. That way I don't have to constantly switch between because it takes an annoying amount of time for it to load. Okay. You got lucky indeed. Is there a particular character you want me to look at other than Alhaitham? Looks like a Alhaitham build that should be using a crit rate circlet. Also, Alhaitham wants to be level 90, but I was going to say maybe you're not very hot, haven't been playing very long. Maybe you probably just got Alhaitham. He ran not that long ago. But yeah, this is a build in progress. That's what I would say. I'm pretty sure Alhaitham also wants an EM timepiece over attack, but considering how good your attack timepiece is, I don't know if it's that much of a problem. So I wouldn't worry about that aspect that much. Yeah. Your priority in the short term would probably just be a crit rate circlet to actually crit occasionally. Maybe level the circlet. No, the problem is it's not crit rate. Not the... Yeah. Anyways, you did just get him? Okay, yeah, makes sense. Any others I'm going to glance through quick? I didn't see you mention anything, so I'll just glance the ones that catch my eye. It looks like a decent Xiao build. Xiao wants 4-piece per million, so, you know, keep that in mind when evaluating the crit. You probably want C6 Fires on. If you don't have C6 Fires on, that is the difference maker in how good Xiao can feel to play. More than anything, which is sad, but it is what it is. With C6 Fires on, this Xiao build probably feels pretty good. That's a good chunk of ER, right? A little bit more EM than you need. Oh well. By need, you need 0. That's what I'm saying. EM is a great stat, not for Xiao. Anywho's. Your long time Xiao? Nice. Do you have C6 bars on? This is a pretty decent Xiao overall. Timepieces could be better, but you know, timepieces are pain. Circlet could be better, but you know, since actually in your case you have enough crit rate that the main thing you need is the main stat from the circlet anyways, having crit rate doesn't really make a crazy difference here. Other than the fact that if you got more crit rate in your substat in Vermilion for your circlet, that would allow you to do like a more crit damage in your timepiece, like not have to have crit rate in your timepiece. Honestly, even right now, just even losing the 6.6 crit rate, still having 80% crit rate is like more than enough. You might actually want to switch to a crit damage circlet, or sorry, a timepiece with crit damage substat. But you're also getting some of your ER from that, so it's like a little I don't know. Point is, I don't think the circlet is actually that bad. I think some people might think the circlet is worse than it is. It's actually probably pretty good. Gives a lot of the ER you probably need, and then depending on the team. And then, of course, gives a lot of the crit damage you need, and that's where the most important crit stat you're getting from the circlet is. So honestly, the main piece is, yeah, just the timepiece. You have R5 Xiao weapon, you don't want him. I mean, at least it's a pretty decent generic stat stick weapon. Red Horn. Nice Itto. I like it. Oh, it's a 2-piece Itto. Interesting. I have no idea how well a 2-piece Itto performs compared to a Husk Itto. I haven't looked into Itto for quite a while, to say the least. Yep. Yep. Almost bow build. Lol. Oh, it's on Blizzard. Sorry, it's a freeze Ganyu. Okay, no, that makes more sense then. This is actually pretty good Ganyu build then. Sorry for slandering it. Oh, I love it. Proto Amber. Okay, well, okay. A little bit low crit rate on Proto Amber. Like, it's not dysfunctional, but that's a very low crit rate for an MH build. Oh boy. I don't know if it's necessarily worth switching to a crit rate circlet though, so there's not much to do about it other than like LOL get lucky with a better goblet, so you know, which is not a very helpful recommendation. So it's not horrible, it's fine. It's not the amount of crit rate I would prefer, but you know what, it's Neuvillette, doesn't matter that much. Probably not. Sad Sino. Sad Sino is sad. I mean, Sino has bigger problems than your build, to be honest. It's actually not that bad. But he's probably not easily clearing Abyss for you, is my guessing. It's my guess. I don't know why I get my guessing. Anyways, and a Nahida build. Yep, it's a Nahida build. Nahida doesn't really need that much. You could maybe use more ER. So, yep. Yeah, I know MH gives 36% crit rate. This is still a very low crit rate build. Like, remember, 1 to 2 crit ratio. This is not a 1 to 2 crit ratio when you add that crit rate in. So, you know, you would want more crit rate, but not necessarily enough to like switch to a crit rate circlet. So that's why I'm not like recommending it changing anything. Other than, you know, getting a goblet with crit would be nice. Like if you have an HP goblet, I guess the notable thing, since an HP goblet isn't that bad on Neuvillette, like it's not that much worse than Hydro Goblet. So if you have an HP Goblet with a good amount of crit substats, like at least probably 20 CV, ideally higher, but like especially if you have a 30 CV, 40 CV HP Goblet versus this Hydro Goblet, the HP Goblet is probably better. So, but yeah, 67 crit rate is a very low amount of crit rate for Neuvillette, in my opinion. But it's fine. It's not unfunctional. Was this a random one? This is a Mander one. Yeah, this is a random one. Okay, let's go. I think I did everything downs before. Alright, let's do... Oh, Bum, I already answered yours. Alright, Express A, Furina's and Clorinde. Yeah, thank you for just requesting 2 characters. Alright, Express A, thank you for waiting. Hopefully you're still here. Oh my god, okay. All the people with the C6 Furina. I mean, it's a strong C6, but I have yet to see anyone with a C6 Furina that is doing the most you know, the probably the most base build that I could expect, which is the no artifact fab build, because that's probably functional. I've never tested it, but I have a suspicion it is. Oh gosh. So yeah, C6 Furina on an MH build, so you're on-fielding Furina, which, to be clear, C6 you don't on-field her very long. So I don't even think I'd recommend MH, but if you're going for the maximum damage output possible for her C6 and leaving her on-field in a team, it's fine, right? You can just leave her on-field regardless. Yeah. That seems like a pretty good C6 build. As far as, like, if it's just a skill issue, I mean, if you have C6 Furina and you're having trouble with Abyss, I mean, just abuse the fact that she can be the team's healer. Like, she can be the best healer in the game. It means you don't need to, like, use healers with her teams. Like, just having her on a normal build, like, she's kind of bonkers, right? At C6. I think the healing is what makes her bonkers at C6, not the damage that she can do on field, in my opinion. So maybe consider using her a little bit differently in that vein, like, rather than forcing yourself to on-fielder for a long time. That's my feeling, at least. Clorinde, I mean, I don't see her Fischl. Clorinde's performance, you have a very, very good Clorinde. Like, the build you have here is not the problem, right? The builds you have is probably not the problem, to say the least. It's more how you are using the teams, potentially. Like, if you're not using Fischl with Clorinde, how's your Fischl build, right? Because that's an important factor to Clorinde aggravate teams, which I'm assuming you're doing based on the 4-piece Thundering Fury. Yeah, but, you know, if you don't want to do Fischl Clorinde, you could try Clorinde in a Shivers team. You could try Clorinde, Shivers, Xiangling, Bennett, right? It wouldn't be dysfunctional, I don't think. Especially with how high investment your Clorinde is, right? But you might want to do 2-piece instead of 4-piece Thundering Fury in that team. I don't know if 4-piece Thundering Fury will be that valuable. It might function, it might not. I'm not sure. You have to test it. So 0 ER on Clorinde. I mean, she doesn't need to burst every rotation. So, you know, is Fischl still worth building without C6? Yeah, in my opinion. Yes, definitely. She gets meaningfully stronger with C6, but yeah. Anywho's. In the future, I might have to, like, restrict... The problem with, like, restricting donations to, like, I'll review... Like, if you donate $2, I'll review this many characters. Is... I don't... Yeah, like, if I review a certain amount of characters per certain amount of money you donate, I don't have a way to, like, easily... Like, YouTube doesn't auto-convert the currency for me when it displays it, so, like, I don't know what 40 of this currency converts to. So, I don't know. It's fine for now. I'm not gonna worry about it. Well, like I said, we'll get to all of them at the end. Worst case scenario. Let's refresh. I wish. Oh, that one's just proper broken. See, this is what I preferred it. If it was gonna break, I prefer it breaks like this. Anywho's, whose is this? 1760 enough for Navia. I'm assuming you're talking about attack. I mean, that seems like a pretty low attack for Navia, to be completely honest. I'm surprised you have that low of attack. Because she gets a whole bunch of attack from her passive, and often as you play her double pyro, right? So, anyways, that's you, Herb, Ms. Daisy. What do you want me to review? Because you got a lot of characters here. Otherwise, I'll just pick something out. Interesting lo-fi Blizzard Strayer build in Ayaka, pretty good. Oh yeah. That's a pretty dang good circlet. This is a really strong Furina build, but also ER check. Ooh, like Furina C0 on this weapon. I don't know what teams you're using Furina in, but I have a sneaking suspicion. Oh my god, your burst is level 6. Yeah, this is very low attack for Ayaka, but it's a fight. Oh, the weapon's not even fully leveled. Yeah, you should fully level the weapon. But yeah, it is a 542. So anyway, yeah, sorry. Anyone that shows me a Furina that has this low of ER and, like, just saying, Your burst ain't level. The burst is what makes Furina's kit make sense. Like, if you're not, including if you want Furina herself to do a lot of damage, which I presume you want her to do a lot of damage considering the investment of this build and the weapon on her, you want her burst leveled. And like her burst is like a Bennett burst tier ability where like it's what's buffing the team, and it's buffing herself, and like it's one of the rare abilities in the game I think is worth crowning. Right? There's very, very few abilities I think that make sense to crown, and Furina's is one of them. But yeah, ER sounds and you're probably fine for most teams. Not necessarily every team, but a lot of teams you're probably fine just by having ER sounds. So this is a perfectly good build as long as you just have the ability to switch to an ER sounds if you need it. And you might need more ER than that in some contexts, but honestly, it's a very good build, right? I'm not trying to like shame you. It's just, yeah. I don't know what teams are using that you're actually consistently bursting on Furina in this team. Probably not very many. So, yep. Did you say you wanted me to look at specific ones? You use it with Nuvi, always another Hydro. I don't know if this is enough, like I play Furina with Xiangling, right? Like sort of double Hydro cores of Xiangling. I'm pretty sure Xiangling generates more energy than Neuvillette, and notably, like, I can... with the Xiangling Furina, you can easily battery Furina by there's another term for it. It's whatever. I don't care about the community term for it. But it's like you use Xiangling skill and then switch to Furina to catch that particles on field with Furina. You don't normally do that with Neuvillette with Furina, and I am usually running like I think 180 yard minimum is what I messed around with double Hydro Furina is my preference, just for like maximum comfort of making sure I get her burst back whenever I want it. And you know, that's double Hydro is a bit more. Not that you have to run 180 over Xiangling Furina. You can definitely get away with lower. It's just, yeah, you probably want more. But if she's always getting your burst back and you don't play her any other team, which I think is undervaluing the ways Furina can be utilized, I think it's a little bit sad for me for how I enjoy using Furina. But you know what? No, you know, use her however you like. Was there any teams that I miss? You want me to look at 4 different characters? Okay, Dory, Layla, and Klee. Alright, Klee will be very fast. Pretty good 2Bs build. Honestly, there's not much to say about it. I don't know what her ER needs to look like. This looks like a pretty dang good Teletele. Nice. I like it. I respect it. R2 Teletele. I like it even more. Alright. Layla. Ooh. Interesting. Physical Layla. Interesting. I have no idea what friggin' team you're using for physical Layla. Physical's not great. But physicals can still be fun. Just don't expect it to ever excel in Abyss. Yep, I like it. I like it. You should probably level your weapons. I don't know why. Why do you level 90 your characters and then you leave some of your weapons like level 80? Like, Ayaka's weapon should be level 90 before Ayaka herself is level 90. Ayaka gets very little value. Like, she gets a 2% DPS increase from level 90. You should level her weapon to 90 before Ayaka. That's probably one of the notable things I'm seeing here. This should be level 90 as well, right? If you are wanting to get the most damage out of Layla. Is physical Layla good? There are no physical characters good, I'm sorry. Not even Eula. Eula is interesting and not unusable by any means, but clunky in a lot of ways. Physical is not good. Mihoyo could like make physical good if they, you know, if Mika was Farazan for physical, right? If Mika was like an off-field physical damage dealer and actually gave a physical damage buff in single target versus the 10% buff he gives in single target, and like, so anyways, like, this is a build you do for the fun, not because you actually are gonna succeed at Abyss in it, and that's kind of the state of physical, unfortunately. Dory, not C6, sad. So C6 Dory is like a pretty good aggravate carry, especially with Furina, so off-field Furina, of course, because she can heal the whole team when she's on field. So that means you don't need to slot in another healer, so you just on-field DPS her, Dory, at C6. It's something I would like to do eventually. This is obviously more just a generic supportive utility Dory, and it seems pretty good. I don't know exactly what her ER needs look like, but I suspect you have enough. The only thing is you are using fab, so if you actually want her to generate fab particles, you might be served better, like if by a crit rate circlet. But if you're using her with as a healer for Furina, I think her without C6 her healing a single target, like it's only the on-field character, so that's a little bit not ideal. Anyways, right, you might want more crit rate to actually trigger Fav once every century versus once every millennia like you currently have. So slight exaggeration, to be clear. If you're using her in AoE, I think she lobs her thing in an AoE and it has a lot higher chance to trigger Fav. Point is, if you don't need the healing, it's at least worth testing like a crit rate circlet to trigger Fab more often. That's my main takeaway from this build. And then when you get C6, you could have fun doing a really compelling aggravate DPS, actually. So, yeah. Let's do a paid review. Did I do... I don't think I did Wonkaroo's. Wonkaroo Shilla. Alright, you said review everyone. If you have 8 characters on your profile, everyone means I'm going to go through them quickly, okay? So, like, if you actually want to try to, like, me to give, like, more in-depth advice, you know, don't ask me to review everyone. That's my feeling. Although, if your donation is much larger than I expect, again, feel free, like, Wonkaroo, like, if this is actually, like, a $50 donation or something, not, like, a $1 or $2 donation, then feel free to be like, hey, I actually donated, like, a lot of money to you. Can you please reveal them all? And like I will have a Discord conversation with you, like in depth, trying to give you some advice. I don't want you to feel like I'm stealing your money, but it would take a lot of time to review every one of these characters in depth. Is my point, and I want to be able to get to more. So I appreciate the donation, but we're gonna speed run these basically. This seems to be a very good Navia. Oh, speaking of, I actually somehow I have Navia on 4 pieces. I've spent, I think, slightly more. I've been splitting my resin between on my main account between this domain, not for partially for Navia's artifacts, but also because I want some of the healing set for Chevreuse. And I have a 4-piece build on Navia that I think is very slightly better than my 2-piece build that I somehow managed to get in like 2 days of resin. What the F? It's not much better. It's like a side grade really, but like, being that Navia can just sit on those artifacts and never have to switch off of them, that's awesome. So, anyways, if someone remind me to look at it later, this is a much better 4-piece of this build on your Navia than is on mine, but it's actually basically not that insanely better. Mine has a little bit more attack than yours, but then less crit damage. It has like 40% less crit damage, to be clear, but a little bit more crit rate, more ER, and more attack. So it's actually, like, considering I only have spent 2 days of resin in the domain, it's not that much worse. It's funny. So anyways, good Navia build. There's nothing really to improve on it realistically, other than unless you need the ER, because you do want to burst consistently on Navia. So having some excess ER can be nice. Junior Rays, you submitted a form, your luck is super bad. I mean, yeah, yep, that's what the donuts are for. Thank you for the 10 CAD. I'm gonna look at Hu Tao, Clorinde, Nilou. Not sure what to build to run on Nilou. Alright, we'll get to it soon, hopefully. Nilou's build is kind of, it depends on the team, but most of the time you just run full HP on Nilou, though. Anywho's, this is a good Whimsy build. Yeah. Why is there no EM showing here? Does Enka just delete the EM section if there's no EM in the build? That's funny. I guess it does. Rather than showing 0 EM. Good, yeah, good build though. Having a low crit rate, or low base attack weapon, Deathmatch gives a lot of attack percent, or it's particularly at higher refine, but can give a lot of attack percent, and it's passive, to be clear. But the lower base attack weapon you want on Arlecchino, the more you kind of feel the need to use Bennett. The higher base attack weapon, the less need you feel to use Bennett, which is an aspect to her that I think is potentially relevant. But this is a good enough build, you shouldn't have problems either way. This seems to be a double Hydro Furina build. You might want more ER sometimes, but you have flexibility to like switch to Fav on this build if you need. You have flexibility to switch to an ER timepiece. I don't think you have that much of a problem realistically, but it's definitely a double Hydro. Like everyone configures, like so many players I see configuring their Furina for double Hydro, and it's just like, I'm sorry, it's the most like unless you're doing like double, because the main pairing of double Hydro Furina is like Furina Neuvillette. It's so boring. I'm sorry. It's so boring. This character is so freaking amazing for the different teams she can enable to be good, the characters she can enable to be much more usable than they ever were before without her existence. And then everyone just runs her in like double Hydro and Neuvillette. It's sad to me. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I know batteries exist, but like, there's not many situations where this is enough ER for solo Hydro. Basically none. That's my point. It's like solo Hydro Furina is so much more fun of a character. Anywho's. Now that's a hot take, I'm sorry, I guess. But like, I basically see everyone having builds that is configured basically for double Hydro Furina. And that's less interesting. If you're doing Siege Wing with Furina, then double Hydro is still very interesting. Because Siege Wing, you still have, that's a 2-unit core that you can do any other 2 units in the game with, basically. But most people aren't doing double Hydro with Siege Wing. I know this for a fact because everyone hates on Siege Wing and thinks she's garbage, but she's not garbage. She's actually really compelling with Furina for that double Hydro core. Anywho's, whatever. They could at least do double Hydro Furina Barbara. No, double Hydro Furina Barbara is not double Hydro. You're getting the Hydro Resonance, but Barbara generates this much energy. Here, let me demonstrate to you how much energy Barbara generates. I can do it right here. See? This is how much energy Barbara generates. You see it? You see all the energy particles that Barbara generates? They're everywhere. So yeah, Barbara, Furina, I wish Barbara generated energy so that, you know, it was a relevant combo. But, yeah. Like, Furina has to battery Barbara. Like, Barbara, Furina is a combo you can do, but it's not for the energy generation. You still got, like, solo Hydro energy needs on Furina with Barbara. Oh, God. Anywho's, yep, this is a really, really good Emblem Milan build. Yep. Level 89 Raiden is interesting. Yep, pretty good catch build on Raiden. There's nothing, yeah, again, like what I said before early in the stream, it's like this is a build. The problem isn't your investment on the build if you're having issues using Raiden on this build. It's the fact that Raiden has pretty limited teams where this can be viable. And those teams, depending on the best situation you're using them in, can feel pretty right? Is kind of all it is. So, anywho's, Yai, 2-piece, I love 2-piece Yai. This is what I ran for a long time on her. 2-piece Clad, 2-piece Wanderer's Troop. A lot more EM than you would normally expect. This is a ton of... Oh my god, I just noticed 100 EM is... This is insane. Having 80% crit rate, but only having 1 crit substat. Like... This seems like more crit rate than you should possibly have. But that's just what crit rate ascending characters with a crit rate weapon do for you sometimes, I guess. This is a very good Yai build. I like it a lot. Yeah. Yep. Anywho's, yeah. I like it. Anywho's, Aminoma, yep. Very good. Yep, this is a very, very good. Yeah, I can't remember that one Aminoma Ayaka we looked at earlier. I forgot to look at the ER, I think. But I think this is a very healthy amount of ER for a Aminoma Ayaka. Probably more than you need, because Aminoma, especially at R5, refunds energy, to be clear. So I'm not sure exactly what her ER needs are with an R5 Aminoma. I'm sure KQM has that breakdown. You could look up KQM Ayaka. But this seems to be a very, very good Freeze Ayaka. Again, the problems that this has is going to be problems of Freeze Ayaka being situationally not great. Because that's how Mihoyo did Cryo. I think the 3-star weapon might be better, by the way, than this weapon for Yule. Just an FYI. Also, Yule as ER. Depends on the team, to be clear, right? But, you know, she do be a burst DPS. Yeah, so this one is Eula. It's definitely a typical Eula build with a typical Eula crit rate. Yeah. Alright, bye Atasin. Itahasin. Thanks for joining. Yep. This also... Oh wait, no, that's not a type. I thought it was a type percent. That's physical. So, Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you can get big numbers with his Eula build. Just might be a little bit unoptimal. Is it 5-piece Eula? No, it's not 5-piece. They're using a healing bonus circlet. It looks like it's the physical set. But anyways, the weapon looks better. That's, you know, it's not wrong. You're not wrong. The other one is still kind of bluish though. But anyways, I like what you got going. Yeah, you got really good builds. That's all I can say. Did that one a little bit too long. I think I missed. There was a donation, right? Yeah, you want to play Causal with C6 on field? You don't know what to do. Okay, I'm sure I can help you with something with that. We'll get to it in a little bit. Thank you for the 10 CAD cottage witch. All right, let's do a rando. Did this was the same one that... Oh, there we go. Okay. I think that was the same one that was there last time, so... Alright, sign on. Are you in chat still? Which one do you want me to look at? If you're in chat, if you're not in chat, not the end of the world. Otherwise, we'll just look through whatever. Yeah, no, Emily's not out yet. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I should have a video tomorrow, but it'll be a little while. I gotta wait. Not streaming polls. There will be an edited video tomorrow for doing polls on both accounts for her. One video, because I don't feel like milking. I don't need to milk that. Yeah, I know she's on Asia privilege. Seems like a pretty good Shimanoa's Rust build. Obviously, it's I don't know. This is right on the borderline. He might be served better by a good crit rate circlet, but it's kind of hard to tell. You gain like 20% crit rate, but unless you have a lot of crit damage in your subset and your crit rate circlet, it might not be that much better. You might actually prefer just optimizing around RNG, but I don't know. I don't know if they're in chat or not. But anywho's, the people might have left, right? Because someone could have submitted. They didn't get chosen in the first little bit and then left. But anything else interesting here? Let's see. It looks like, a non-C6 Xingqiu. Interesting. Xingqiu might need more ER than this. His C6 gets him extra energy. He might need more ER than this in a lot of teams without C6. Also, you'd probably be better served by a crit rate circlet, almost assuredly, in this case. So I would consider that. Looks like a Layla Childe build. Yep, on Tenacity. Seems like a pretty good standard supportive Layla build. Nothing crazy. Also, yep, pretty good. I think the Harbinger of Dawn crit rate is not showing there, but still, you probably want to crit rate circle it. It's a little bit low crit rate, I think, even with the Harbinger's crit rate. I can't remember exactly what it gives, but I think it's like 26% or something. Maybe higher. I don't know. This is probably not enough crit rate. So, yeah. My advice to you, sign on, is crit rate circlet for most of your builds, and a circlet for your Xinghua. Yep. Sad Noelle is sad. It's fine. Goro has what he deserves. 28% crit rate, that's what I thought. Yeah, so, you know, yeah, could use a little bit more crit rate on your Chiori. Anyways, Goro got what he deserved. Let's do next one. Alright, hey, Mon, it's time for your Hu Tao, Arlecchino, and Ganyu and Neuvillette. Alright, let's see. Capitano. Binge told me he's considering skipping all Natlan characters until Capitano and saving for Capitano C6, which I respect, but also very not worth. I don't think that makes sense to do. I don't know, like how the hell, like, my dude, how are you gonna stay engaged with Genshin for that long, assuming he even comes out in Natlan? Anywho's, Hu Tao, Arlecchino, Ganyu, Neuvillette. Okay, Hu Tao. This is an MH build, so this is, if you're using it on like a Hu Tao MH build, the most common way you do Hu Tao MH is not like I do on poems only with Shiver C6 or with Burning, which we'll be doing soon. Wink. You do Furina, right? Which if you're doing Furina, Yelan, you know, and then Jean, I think is usually what you do. You do Furina, Yelan, Jean, and you don't try to swirl Pyro in that team. You just swirl Hydro. This might be an VR with Yelan. I don't know. Might be. I'd have to test it myself. But assuming you're bursting consistently on Furina, doing MH build, you know, this could be a pretty dang good build to say the least. Holy Jesus. Do you see how much EM this build has? I didn't even notice that before. It's gross. Alright. Yeah, that's a strong Furina, or strong Hu Tao. It is a C0 Hu Tao, which means I would hate playing it, but strong Hu Tao. Good lord. This is like, assuming you're not doing any other external EM buffs, which you're probably not in a like Furina Hu Tao team. This is like a one, probably takes the Vaporize skill into like 2.3 times, if I recall correctly. I don't know. Pretty significant. Anywho's. Arlecchino, there's nothing to improve on your build here. Just, you know, it depends on the team you're playing. So like, if you're struggling with this, you know, I don't know. Maybe Yelan is worthwhile to you if you don't have Yelan or something. C1 Arlecchino, yep. I mean, you're on 4-piece Whimsy with her weapon, with a very good Whimsy build. Freaking onset goblet, that's 30 CV plus 2 attack percent rolls. Screw you. What the F is this feather? Like, wow. Just, you know what? When the build is this good, the only thing you can do is insult it. And I'm going to insult it by saying you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 dead stats. Are you even trying? 15 dead stats. Are you even trying? I'm joking. But like, yeah, anyways, this is a very good Whimsy build. Considering, you know, I showed clearing in my account a C1 Arlecchino without, you know, with no crit on gladiators on an attack percent weapon. I think this build is fine. I think this build is fine. Is Emily's weapon good for Arlecchino? Yes. Nah. Like, as a generic stat stick, it's not bad. But to really get value out of it, like, the energy doesn't do anything for her. The damage percent could do a lot for her, but you can only get the damage percent if she's triggering burning, which is a bit, like, it's a bit iffy. So I'm not going to recommend it, but it's not the worst. If you don't have any other, like, high, like, good generic stat stick options for Arlecchino, like, you don't have any other, don't have any 5-star options, you're just using Deathmatch, White Tassel on her, maybe it is a meaningful improvement for her, right? It depends on what you have currently. Ganyu and Neuvillette, okay. Interesting, Linny's weapon. Linny's weapon is a yeah, I forgot how the passive exactly works, but it's a good option for melt. This is a melt Ganyu, right? Yep, this should be a pretty dang strong melt Ganyu. I don't think there's much else to say there. For anyone that wants to do melt cryo DPSs, I think Emilie is going to be a really compelling choice. Look at how much, holy Jesus. What is with all the, I love it. Thank you all the people in the world that are embracing all the EM over just like pigeonholing down crit. Like, good lord. But yeah, it doesn't damage her with Emilie. What do you mean it doesn't damage her with Emilie? Yeah, the first great magic. I don't remember exactly how the passive works, but yeah, this is a good melt Ganyu. There's not much to improve on it. But yeah, Emilie might be worth considering for melt DPSing. Not that you have to be clear, but might be worth considering. So, oh, you mean the crit rate requires resonance or something? Yeah. Or the passive on the weapon requires resonance. Okay. Yeah, the highest self damage won't cook Ganyu. Yes. If you hug enemies with Ganyu too, with Emilie, you might be able to do Martial Hunters too, which is it's one of those things I haven't seen like any other content creator right now. I haven't looked at any like the big creators guides like Xiax or Sevi or whatever that I think make pretty good guides, but I haven't seen many people mention that Emilie enables MH for units when you're not using a shielder, to be clear. Which is a downside that is worth mentioning to her enabling MH, but she enables MH. The self-damage enables MH. So why would you hug enemies with Ganyu? I don't think it'd be ideal with Ganyu. It's more compelling of a choice like with potential other characters that don't want to be at range. But you get the point. Anywho's. Neuvillette. Tome. Oh my god, you have a C6 Nuvia. What do you even want me to say here? What do you even want me to say here, Mon? What? Your Neuvillette needs improvement? I don't... You got a good build. I appreciate that you didn't undervalue ER. I don't think he has any energy refunding constellation. Enables what? MH. Marsha say hunters. The same artifact set that Furina enables on every character in the game. Emilie does the same thing with the asterisk of you can't use a shielder. Because if you're using a shielder, you're not taking self-damage from burning. And you have to be near enemies. Which you might not do in Ganyu. So it's not ideal in Ganyu. But it's a potential thing you can do on top of Emilie's own damage contribution to the team, making melt teams potentially a lot stronger versus like using Nahida for burn melt. Yep, this is an artifact. Or these are some artifacts. This is a build. This is a choice. I'm not gonna say I respect it because I'm a little bit of a Neuvillette hater. But you know what? If you like Neuvillette, I hope you enjoy it. These artifact rules are triggering you. I mean, this is definitely a player who has spent a little bit of resin in a lot of specific domains. Anywho's. Let's do a random. Let's do a random. I think that was the old one. Alright. Is this... Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry whoever was on the screen very briefly there. Whoever just submitted an additional one of the form decided to void you from existence. I was just about to hit Control-C and it refreshed. What? Oh shit. Did I not copy properly? There we go. Alright, vlog of €5.99. Look at Elon. Try insulting the build. Also, Tignari, Lily, Yoimiya. Okay. 4-star enthusiast. I'm with you. I'm with you, fight. I am also a 4-star enthusiast. Level 40 Navia. Oh, sad. Sad C5 Gaming. Surely you'll get C6 soon, though. The MH Gaming build. Pretty dang good. Pretty dang good. I like the conservative approach to level 90 in characters that don't need to be level 90. If you want to level 90 them, but like, you know, get most of the value of level 90 without all the resources. Like it takes, I think, I forgot what it was. I don't know. It takes something like 60% of the resources to get to like level 87, I think, out of 90. So, you know, you get more than 60% of the value of going to level 90 with less than 60% of the resources. So you can do like a middling approach. But yeah, Bennett should probably be level... Oh, actually, ooh. This is a... Okay. I mean, they're AR-52, but no C1 Bennett is a bit unfortunate. C1 Bennett is worthwhile, and then Crowning Bennett is worthwhile eventually. This player has got... You probably want to get a higher ER build. I would recommend the Sumeru Craftable Sword, which requires a little bit, not a ton, but a little bit of the Sumeru like R&R quest completion to get. But the Sumeru Craftable Sword is just a lot better for Bennett. Will give you more ER. And you can get, you know, ER time Bs on Noblesse, and literally any other sub-stats basically don't matter at that point. You might want a little bit more ER for some teams, I guess, but, you know, in progress, I'm assuming. I'm not going to judge it that highly. You got Cloud Retainer, though. And they have Furina, so, I mean, frick. Oh, also, they have Kivakaja's suit. This AR-52 player, okay, I don't know if they spent a meaningful amount of money, but they have Wander, Cloud Retainer, Furina, Navia, and they got Kivakaja's suit? Like, what? You're freaking lucky, I feel like. Or you're just... That spent money. That could be, too. Not a bad approach to a low investment Shunyun build. Oh, you're using an Animo Goblet. You should use Attack Goblet. I guess you're doing DPS. Okay. If you want a DPS Cloud Retainer, it's fine. The problem with DPS Cloud Retainer is the same with any Animo crit DPS, is Farzan. If you really wanted to perform in like high tiers, but you're like still, you know, you don't seem to care that much about Abyss, so it doesn't matter that much. Probably not. You might want to consider, like, if you want to like do DPS Cloud Retainer, the best results would be doing. By the way, DPS Cloud Retainer still wants attack percent circlet or goblet because she buffs herself substantially based on her own attack. So and she buffs others based on her attacks. So you still want attack percent even if you're DPSing her, but you just want attack percent with crit. So anyways, for your investment level, like where you're at in the game, it doesn't really matter that much. But doing like Furina, Cloud Retainer, right, and then doing DPS Cloud Retainer. You could do Furina, Cloud Retainer, Bennett, and do DPS Cloud Retainer on 4-piece Marshals Hunters, which I presume you have at least a little bit of, based on your Furina build here. And then you're going to need a lot more ER on your Furina build, though. But if you do that, right, you can get some really meaningful damage out of a DPS Cloud Retainer, Furina, Bennett core, and then, I don't know, last slot you could do Fischl or whatever. But all your stuff is in progress, so there's not much to say here. I think you got a lot of the right idea going on. Don't undervalue ER. Bursting is important on characters. If you need to know if bursting is important, watch people making guides on these characters. Most people making guides make realistic recommendations for characters. But yeah, bursting is important on her. Bursting is important on her, even if you're DPSing her. So, yep. Anywho's 400 achievements, he doesn't play that much. Yeah, they're AR-52. I know. That's why I was saying, like, it doesn't really matter that much for how they might be playing the game a lot. But if they wanted to improve things, that's my kind of advice, right? So, yeah. And Marshall Say Hunter with Furina could enable a really pretty competent team, even without Farzan. So, yeah. She doesn't gain... No, sorry, Muhammad. I'm gonna... You know what? Fine. Fine, Muhammad. So Muhammad in chat is like saying she doesn't gain damage bonus in her crit, correct? Then it doesn't matter. No matter how high your attack scalings are, if you have more attack and less damage bonus, you get damage bonus. I don't remember if I actually tested this or not. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna test this. I don't feel like logging out. What? Can I have my mouse? What? Genjin, why does it do this? What? There we go. What? There we go. Fine. Jesus. Let's go to the character archive, right? So the reason DPS Cloud Retainer, right, is because you're bursting, right? You're doing plunge damage. You're doing plunge DPS Cloud Retainer, and she gives a plunge buff based on her attack, and she gives a really big plunge buff based on her attack. And if you're doing plunge Cloud Retainer, like with Furina, you're getting a bunch of damage bonus from Furina. I am pretty sure when I tested it, Attack Goblet was meaningfully better than Animo Goblet. But ultimately, it might depend on what exact Animo Goblet you have versus an Attack Goblet, right? When you're talking casual play, it barely matters, right? Like yes. But I'm pretty sure Attack Goblet is better for DPS Cloud Retainer because of this passive. Like, this passive does not get any benefit from having damage bonus on her. So it does not mean, just because you're DPSing her does not mean damage bonus. You're getting damage bonus from other sources like Furina. You would probably want to do an Attack Goblet, and I think even without Furina, Attack Goblet might be better. So like this is like an additional layer of attack scaling that significantly increases the value of attack on her. So yeah, anyways. I would go test it, but I don't feel like logging out. Oh no, now! I don't feel like going to log out. Okay, I thought it was going to put me on the bus forcibly. Give me a forced bus ride. The horror. Anyways. This passive does stack with damage. Yeah, I know the passive stacks with damage bonus, but I think you're underestimating how much that, like without Furina, DPS Cloud Retainer might want an Animo Goblet, but it's like very on the line. I'm pretty sure you still want an Attack Goblet. I don't know. If you want, feel free to try to remind me at the end of the stream once I'm done actually reviewing characters. I'll try to actually test this. As close as I can with the artifacts I have. Of course, again, it depends ultimately on what artifacts you have. Artifacts are RNG. You basically are never going to have exactly the same stat for stat attack versus like Animo Goblet. But I think you're overvaluing damage bonus on her versus how much her passive is doing. So, anywho's. With Furina, to be clear. Again, without Furina, it's a bit more iffy. Animo Goblet might be better, but why are you doing DPS Cloud Retainer without Furina? Let's be real. Anywho's, was this a paid one? No, this was a random one. Yeah. Alright, let's do Yuki's Noelle. Let's go. Alright, Yuki. Feel free to check Furina and Scara as well. Alright, Noelle. Got her Noelle. Let's go. You're doing 4-piece husk. Very nice. I like it. Yeah, this is a strong Noelle. Obviously, an issue happens with non-crit rate ascending characters, and a big ol' crit damage weapon. You can have a little bit imbalanced crit rate, but yeah, I mean, that's really the only problem, of course. The only other problem is like your ER, which depends on the team. I don't know what your team you're playing Noelle in. I tended to do Wet Rock Noelle, right, with Furina, like Furina, Yelan, someone else, and that means like her ER needs I want like 140 to 150 ER is what I have found when I'm doing Wet Rock Noelle. But depending on your Noelle team, you might be fine. I don't know. But obviously getting your burst back is pretty important in Noelle, and she doesn't generate any energy, which is wonderful, So, anywho's, I like it. I do like me some Noelle. She is a big part of the reason why I didn't care to pull for Navia when Navia first ran, because I was just like, I'm enjoying Noelle. I can't be arsed to care about a new Geo DPS when I'm enjoying playing Noelle. Anywho's, Scaramouche. Okay, I see. Oops. I see what you're doing. You got a C2 Furina. ER check. Whatever. I mean, Furina. Everyone, man. Every Furina is just like, whatever. It's fine. You play your characters however you want, but also, I think Furina is much more fun solo Hydra with more ER, especially with C2. Anywho's, crit rate. Wait, does he get crit rate from his constellations? I don't know. I don't remember if he does. Doesn't he like randomly? I know one of his constellations, I think it's C4, randomly gives him one of his buffs, from like swirling an element, even when that element isn't on the team. But that's completely RNG. So like by complete RNG, this build sometimes has more crit rate, right? But I don't think he has a permanent crit rate buff ever. So I don't know. Like, well, unless you're playing with Cryo, right? And it's a C6 Wanderer, so you could play his like slightly more unoptimal teams and still succeed without a problem, I imagine. So it's probably fine. But, I think your Wanderer occasionally doesn't crit, is all I can say. So, anywho's, now that I've been reviewed, I shall take my goodbye. Bye, Ellie. Thank you. But yeah, yep. I recommend more ER, but you know what? If you want to play her without more ER, you do you. And then, yep, the crit rate. I recommend like this circle is also not very good, by the way. Like for a C6 like very high investment build, and like the general quality of these artifacts overall, I'd say this circlet is kind of just I'm pretty sure your average damage goes up significantly with a crit rate circlet, with equivalent like a crit rate circlet with 20% crit damage. And it probably starts to go up even further from there if you have some attack percent and whatever in substats too. So that's my guess. The news. If you're fine with the RNG life, I guess embrace it. Embrace it, Yuki. I like your Noelle though, especially a 4-piece husk Noelle. It's not easy to build a 4-piece husk Noelle, to say the least. Obviously, a lot of your crit damage is coming from that, but if you're just imagine if this EM on your timepiece was crit rate, you'd be like, yeah, 70% is good enough, but you're like one crit rate roll away from being happy. That's what I'd be frustrated with this build personally. It'd be like one more crit rate roll and I'm happy. That's all I want, and then you lose your sanity farming for a month. Yay for RNG. Yep. Anywho's, yes, you can just fab your life away. No offense to Yuki, but Yuki does not give me the impression of a player that embraces fab. Based on these 3 characters. So, which means they should embrace more ER and substats or timepieces. Anyways, You don't, LMAO. See? I've read you like a book with your weapons and your constellations. Oh. Alright. Furina Yoimiya controls. No, I just... Frick me! It keeps on refreshing. Right when I copy it. Who did I get? Yeah, I got whatever it refreshed to. Whatever. Oh well. I have... Okay, I obviously can't read that. Belongs to cat bear. What does this mean? I don't want to click on that. I feel like it's a scam to click on belongs to cat bear. Anyways. Whatever. I'm sorry to whoever's like things like refresh and then it immediately deletes it because I don't know. If there was an obvious function to fix that I wouldn't take me too much time to do. I'll try to fix it for next time. I'll try to fix it for next time. It's still RNG. It's just sad if like you see your UID pop up and then it immediately disappears because the document refreshes. Anywho's, means they're submissive to cat bear. I guess that is what that means. Yes. I don't know if that's literally what it's supposed to mean. Cat bear says hi in chat. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Well, oh, it's like linked to another like a channel or something. Yeah, it's linked to another thing. Okay. Anywho's, what Nuvi Kazuha Furina? All right. Nuvi. Yeah, I like it. R5 Amber. Yeah, this is what I was talking about where like, you know, that Neuvillette before didn't have, it seemed like they had enough crit rate. This one has enough crit rate. Also, I love the level 1 skill, level 1 burst. I like it. I should have done the same thing. Did level 1. I have them at 966. I should have just done 1011 instead. Not that it matters that much. But yeah, this is a good Neuvillette build. Obviously, you could maybe see improvement. Like, you already get a lot of HP from Proto Amber. Like, HP time beats plus the HP from Proto Amber means Hydro Goblet should be a bit better. But not like to a degree that necessarily is a make or break the build. Obviously, HP Goblet is still very good. It's just, you know, if you happen to have one, you might be able to switch to it in the future, but you're also using onset one, so it makes sense, right? It seems like a very, very good Neuvillette build. This is, I think, a little bit better than mine. Well, I don't know, I forgot. It's a little bit better than my Neuvillette build when I was actually using Neuvillette. If I actually use Neuvillette now, I have some better artifacts that would be pretty similar to this build, I think. So it's a very good Neuvillette build. Reviewing is random except for dono. I will do donation reviews as well. I'm trying to alternate between random reviews and donation reviews. I think it's the most fair way to do it, realistically, versus having to like scan through things manually and pick out things that are interesting to me, whatever. So, how many entries are there? That's a good question. Oh my god. There's 410. Jesus. What did you say? Have you done an account named Sake? I don't think so. What? I'm having a stroke. What character? Sorry, Capper. It was Nuvi, Kazuha, and Furina. Yep, Nuvi, Kazuha, Furina. Okay. Thank you. Zyphos, R1, nice. Yeah, Zyphos R1 is not enough ER usually on its own. So you still have a lot of ER and substats, which is very good. This is a very, very good R1 Zyphos Kazuha build. I think a lot of people think Zyphos on its own magically gives him enough ER to like burst consistently, and it usually doesn't with R1. But yours does. So, yeah, very, very good Kazuha Zyphos build. This is better than my Kazuha build, but my Kazuha build is hardcore held up by the fact that I have R5 Zyphos. So, you know, I have, I think, about the same ER, but with R5 Zyphos, but like 2 more rolls of EM functionally. He has 2 less rolls of EM, but way more, like, dang. Yeah. So, very, very good Zyphos build. R1 Zyphos is, yeah, kind of just, yes. But keep in mind, you know, you might want Fav. Sad. You might want Fav on your Furina or your whatever other 100 Haran Animal Traveler. Interesting. If this was built, this is the one I would actually want to review. Sorry. Whatever. You get the point. Yeah, R1 Zyphos is like, but still, as a weapon you can put on Kazuha as a very good EM weapon that gives him a bunch of ER still, it's not bad. It's like a side grade, if not downgrade to Fab, but Fab might be more desirable in other units. So, yep. Oh my god. 20 pounds. You think it's worth grinding out MH for your Yoimiya? Take a peek at Beto too. Live your content. Will do. I mean, MH for Yoimiya depends on... Do you like, you know, Furina Yoimiya together? You always want to play Furina Yoimiya together? Then potentially yes. But if you're not doing Furina Yoimiya together, then potentially no. Like, that's the main downside of doing MH on any on-field DPS unit, right? Is you're restricting them to a team that uses Furina or has some other method of enabling Marsh Counter. So, anywho's. Where's the Furina? Oh yeah, I'm on Furina. I'm having a stroke. Wow, look how much ER you have on the Key of Kaja suit build. Let's go. This is a actually kind of cracked Key of Kaja suit build, I will say. Yep. You might want... There might be situations you want more ER than this, but, you know... Obviously, like if you use a Solo Hydra, you might need more ER. But this might be enough ER. Even Solo Hydra in some situations with Fab going on, whatever, you might have enough. Might. Depends on the team. Really depends on the team. She's a character that is a hardcore. It depends. So, you know. But you actually have an ER timepiece with a non-ER weapon. I like it. Thank you. Thank you. That's all that's important, really. So, anyways. It's enough on a Xiao team. I've tested it extensively. Okay, but the thing is, I think I've said this before, like, when people say that, like, this amount of ER is enough, you can actually, like, go and do the math for, like, how many particles that team is generating, and then it's actually not enough. Like, anytime you have a specific team generating a specific amount of particles in a specific amount of time, it's actually very easy to do the math. You just have to look at all the particles that are being generated over a given time frame. And it's easy to determine what the exact breakpoint for energy recharges for a specific team. I don't know how many particles you're generating. I don't know how many fabs you're using. But I think a lot of the time when people say they have enough ER for a given team, they're actually just playing more poorly. like you're just extending your rotations. Like... Because ER calculations for like a Solo Hydra Furina would be like based on bursting like every 20 seconds, right? Or 18 seconds potentially, depends a little bit, but you know, every 20 seconds. But if you're playing in a way that extends your rotation to 25 seconds, that's an extra 5 seconds of like particle generation. That might be the difference maker between having lower ER to burst consistently or not. Like you feel like you're getting it back consistently, but you're actually not, you're just extending your rotation. So, yeah, and there's also death particles that death particles is an RNG, or not an RNG. Well, the death particles is not RNG because character or enemies give like a amount of death particles, but there's also hit particles, and that is RNG. So, anyways, the point is, that's my suspicion is when a lot of people say they have. I've seen a lot of people say they have definitely not enough. I've seen builds that have definitely not enough ER for a lot of teams, and then people say I'm able to burst consistently anyways. And I'm just like, okay, you might be able to burst consistently, but probably not every rotation. Like, you're actually just making your rotations longer. And that's a large DPS loss. So if, like, you're struggling with Abyss, that could be why. You might actually not have enough ER on your Furina, right? Might. I don't know. Anyways. It depends. ER is one of the more interesting things in the game, in my opinion, as far as, like, thinking about its value on your characters. And the higher investment you go, the more I bias towards just building extra ER so I never have to worry about it on characters that their burst is really important, like Furina. So, yeah. And like even in double Hydro Furina, I tend to run 180 to 200 ER. it's my preference. So, yeah. Anywho's. But yeah. It depends. It depends. ER is a big ol', it depends. I think I did everything? Yep. Okay. Thank you, thank you for, I think this was a donut one. Was this a donut one? No, this is a random one. Yeah, this is a random one. Okay, so the next one is a donut one. Okay, Junior Race. This is a triple crown Xiao? It is a triple crown Xiao. Very nice. I like it. It's a good Xiao build. Actually, wait. It's missing an MH piece. Okay, I'm assuming that got yoinked to someone else. So, other than that, it's a very good Xiao build. I'm assuming this was a 4-piece MH, probably with less crit rate than this for MH. Maybe more crit damage. But anyways, Junior Rays, you wanted me to review Hu Tao, Clorinde, Nilou. Alright. Oh yeah, and not sure what to build. So yeah, Nilou's build is generally just like like optimal Nilou teams generally do. Yeah, okay, sorry, not 2-piece Heart of Depth, but 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP. But you, oh god, okay, never mind. I didn't notice for a second. You are not doing a normal Nilou. I love to eat thighs. So, okay, we'll get back to Nilou. Hu Tao. Okay. Are you just a Giga Whale? Oh god, you're absolute. Oh, you got R5 weapons too. Okay. By the way, for like, I shouldn't be saying this considering the banner might still be up for you. Wait, yeah, the banner is still up for you, but I'm pretty sure for Vape Nilou with C6, Key of Conscious Suit is better. I think. I could be wrong. And if you're doing Mono Hydro Nilou, this weapon is probably better. To be clear, if you're doing Mono Hydro Nilou. I mean, which, you know, right, like Furina, Nilou. Your Furina's not C6. If you're doing Furina, Nilou, Jean, Yelan, right, then this weapon's probably better. But for Vape Nilou, I'm pretty confident Key is better. And if you're this much of a Giga Whale anyways, I'm not trying to tell you to spend money, but also, you know, if your goal is the biggest Vape Nilou possible, at all costs, I don't know. This is definitely a C6 Hu Tao build. So C6 Hu Tao, by the way, has very high downtime on its crit rate buff. So I don't recommend. Like, no offense, this is kind of a bad Hu Tao build, but considering your level of investment on other things, it probably doesn't matter that much. Also, you probably would want an EM timepiece. As far as high investment things go, but you make up for it by having a lot of EM and substats, so it's actually not that much of a problem as it could be on other people's builds, since you already have a good chunk of EM elsewise. But yeah, it's a good Hu Tao build if you swap to a crit rate circlet. That's my feeling. You like low crit rate to spice up your life. I mean, that's fair. If that's what you get excited about, right? Just being like, holy crap, I actually crit on Hu Tao for once. And occasionally win her C6 procs once per Abyss Chamber. Why is Furina has Key? I didn't even notice that. Lol. Also, yeah, you really do like low crit rate, do you? I mean, actually, okay, you have low crit and low ER. Please, someone send this Furina help. She needs rescuing. I think this Furina needs to be rescued. But yeah, so anyways, it's just funny. Clorinde C6, I don't even remember what her constellations do, doesn't matter. Maybe gives her some crit rate, maybe doesn't. It's more crit rate than you have in your other builds, so it's something. Yep, this is a yoked 4-piece Whimsy build. Assuming she gets some crit from her constellations. If she doesn't, you should probably use a crit rate circlet, but you also probably don't care. It's better than your Hu Tao. So, oh yeah, she herself gives crit. Is that not factored? I feel like Enka should definitely factor in her crit. I forgot about that. Duh. So yeah, no, this is fine. This is probably your best build on here. Yeah, I mean, yep, seems like a strong Clorinde. I don't know what else to say. As far as Nilou's build goes, you have different options for Vape Nilou. I think like if we go to Akasha, there is a leaderboard for Vape Nilou. So there is like, I think 2-piece is technically best for Vape Nilou with C6. Get out of here, ad. Oh, I don't have my, okay, well, whatever. It's just gonna have to, no, there's Dex. There we go. Okay. Where's Nilou? C6, there we go, Vape. Average damage. Yeah, so you can see, oh, stop. Freaking, get out of here. Yeah, you can see it's all 2-piece builds. So if we go to like page, I don't know. What does it look like? Can I not type in pages? That's annoying. I can't type in pages. I thought you could type in pages. Whatever. Yeah, it's like all 2-piece builds. This one's using 4-piece of Bora Cautious. That's interesting. That's an option apparently. But yeah, like different 2-piece EM, 2-piece Hydro, 2-piece HP. basically similar to what you've got going on functionally. So I don't think there's that much to be improved here, is what I'm saying. C6 gives her crit rate, by the way. So I don't think you need to improve much other than, like, if you're doing vape with her, probably use key. And that's kind of it. You see many two-piece options, wasn't sure what was best. Yeah, I don't think you have... I don't know. You could check how it ranks. Like, this is what I like using Akasha for, is, like, use any two-piece combos you have, because I don't know what artifacts you have, right? But, like, if you go into Akasha, submit your character here, and then look at... When you go to your profile, right, because you can go and look at any individual person's profile, you can click on your character, and you can see the individual leaderboards down here, and you can go and, like, do one artifact... like swap around a couple of your artifacts, see how it compares to the other one, right? So you can compare your own artifacts to your own artifacts, right? Using Akasha's calculation without having to do any of the math yourself, without having to use really clunky interface things, like Genshin Optimizer, whatever. That's actually what I think is kind of one of the most valuable things about Akasha, is if there's a leaderboard for it, you can kind of use it as a baseline comparison for your own artifacts by switching them around in your profile. That's my recommendation. Anyways, I like what you got going on, but also, good lord, I think you give Mihoyo too much money, but I guess, thanks for paying for the game. Thank you for the €2, Rosarica. We'll try to get to yours in a little bit. Let's do a random one. Fear and Love, thank you for the $5.99. I will hopefully get to yours in a bit as well. Randomizer. Is this a random one, or is this the same one we did before? We'll find out. Plan. Once I get to the 3-hour mark, by the way, if I still have dono ones, I will switch over to just doing dono ones to keep my sanity. So Angel. Is this the same Angel that I did an account fixing video on? Did I somehow random to Angel's account? I don't remember what Angel's account was. Angel, are you in chat? Is this... Did I do an account fixing video on your account? Is this the same one? I don't remember. I know I reviewed someone's account that was Angel, but I think they were lower AR than this. Bye, Sally. Anywho's, Angel, if you're in chat, feel free to let me know. Angel was reviewed last stream? Really? Really? Is that why I recognize him? I mean, actually, a Fab Furina build, thank you. Yeah, this does seem familiar. Why did you submit again? What did you want me to review again? They were last stream? Wow, okay. Angel, apparently luckiest person. It seemed like pretty good builds, honestly, overall, though. Like, maybe level up your Furina burst more, kind of thing. Level up Furina to 90 eventually. They're pretty good. Interesting. Okay, you might want to do... maybe, I don't know, it's not that big of a deal, honestly, to do a different weapon, but you don't necessarily need that much crit, but it's like, I don't know. It's an interesting choice to do Fab on Nilu. But yeah, ER on Furina, a Fab build. Thank God. Thank you. Yeah, and this seems like a pretty strong Harbinger Keqing for sure. And yeah. Yeah, use the forum link, and then that's pinned instead of sending your UIDs in chat. Gotcha gods do indeed favor Angel, apparently. Okay, we'll review another one since Angel was already submitted one. Why is this so broken? This was working before. I don't understand what is whatever. I'll look at Melly's DM and see if they can help me. So I am not experienced enough with spreadsheets. All right. Linny, does Linny want the Linny reviewed? This seems like a strong Linny build. He doesn't get free credit, right? From, I think, or no, he does. Marshall brain. I forgot he uses Marshall sometimes. It's not necessarily perfect on him because of how his drain gain works, but yeah, this is a freaking strong Linny. Yep. What about Lynette? Wow. Not C6, sad. That was a physical Lynette. Okay, interesting. Oops. Well, yep. I mean, I talked about physical earlier. Physical is never going to be good unless Mihoyo wants to, like, release a real off-field damage dealer, but it's still fun to mess around with. It's fun to see your favorite characters' animations. I like it. Yeah, no father. How sad. Also, sad. Ooh. DPS 4-piece VV Hazo. I like it. It's a rarity. Not many people do this. No, like a lot of people did when Hazo released, right? Something like this, but it's not very often anymore. But honestly, Hazo is like particularly Cloud Retainer, like doing Furina Cloud Retainer Hazo, like Furina Cloud Retainer Hazo Farazan. Like, ooh. It's satisfying. Like this is a good Hazo. And VV Hazo is a good thing to do, particularly in a lot of different teams where you can swirl. Like if you're doing a team with, like, say you're doing Furina Hazo on field Fischl, and whatever last slot, right? Yeah, probably a healer in that case. But you know, you get the point. I like it. I like it a lot. This is a really good Hazo. Hazo can one punch. I know, he's fun. I gotta do more Hazo stuff eventually. The main reason I haven't is because I hate collecting beetles. One of the most annoying things in the game. Alright, next dono one. Did I... Oh, Malfunction Studios did another donation. I think I missed that. They do want me to review something. They just didn't include anything. Okay, there we go. I had to scroll up. Sorry, we're on... okay, yeah, there's a little bit of a backlog of donos. I'm sorry. I'll probably have to finish them at the end of the stream at this point. Okay. We are doing Cottage Witch, Sarillas. Kazuha C6 on field. Don't know what to do. Wanderers holding K's... Who's K? Oh, Kazuha's VV set. Oh, I see. So this is Kazuha's VV set. Makes sense. And don't know what to do. So I think one of the interesting things, yeah, is like, which weapons do you have for a DPS Kazuha? This set is interesting as an option for DPS Kazuha, I feel like. Because so C6 Kazuha gives him a bunch of additional like EM scaling. I think there's a good... I don't know for sure. I'm sure if you go to like Kazuha mains or something, you can probably find some people that are much more knowledgeable about C6 Kazuha's like in-depth optimization. I think EM timepiece with crit substats, right, might be better than attack percent timepiece because of C6 giving him that weird additional EM scaling. And of course, you increase his swirl damage with that, but also get the additional weird scaling. Thanks for the €5, Xian. That we'll get to you in a little bit. The C6 Kazuha use Farazan. I mean, if you want to do the most animo damage, yes. Yes. Especially with his low VR. So hopefully you have C6 Farazan. I have no idea if you do. But, yeah, I mean, it would be an on-field Kazuha, yeah. You still potentially need a good chunk of VR. But it depends on the team. So this might be fine. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird, right? Like, I don't know what the necessarily optimal build is. This should be a good option, of course. Just with the timepiece, I'm not sure about. Is kind of all it is. And maybe the goblet might be more... It might be more compelling to do an Animo goblet versus this goblet you have, because this is not the most insane EM goblet, right? So I think EM timepiece and ER goblet, Animo goblet might be better. Particularly looking at... Like, this is a pretty good Animo goblet. How much better? I don't know, right? Like, it's a weird thing that, like, if I had C6 Kazuha, this would just be like, I would mess around with different two-piece combos, and different team combinations. Like, it's a weird constellation, mostly because of that additional EM scaling it gives, less than the infusion itself. But as far as a balance of increasing his normal attack damage and his other damage, it's compelling. But if you're doing something, I don't know if you have Furina, right? Furina with 4-piece Mars, or say Hunters, might be meaningfully better if you're using Furina, right? So one build is not necessarily always going to be better. It's kind of the state of the game in general for any kind of on-fielder. Now that Furina exists. Yeah, I'm pretty sure EM timepiece would be the main suggestion I have. Other than that, it's just down to what other artifacts you have. There might be some combination of 2-piece combos that could be better. MH could be better with Furina, whatever. So, I don't know. I like what you got going on, though. Diluc is C12, bless his soul. You got a skin, though. Very nice. And Red Thorn. Dang, look at that Diluc build. I like it. It's pretty much near as strong as a Diluc can be. Yoked out Diluc, for sure. AJ accounts possible? Yep. And as long as your profile is visible to Enka. Fear and Love. Did you just do another dono, Fear? Fear, I'll get to you eventually, I think. I'm just going in order of donations, but thank you for the extra $11.99. I will get to yours in a bit. I'm just going in order, though. So, I don't know. Blame me for being time-wasted, but like if you need to go, Fear, the VOD will be on YouTube, right? You can skip to the end of the video. Hopefully I'll remember to add a timestamp towards like the 3-hour mark when I start switching to donos. And maybe if someone's really nice to me, they could like actually just give me like I'll pin the comment if you do timestamps of like the different accounts that I reviewed, so people could reference it later. But you know, I might do that myself if I remember to, but I'm also gonna be really busy this week with Emilie things, I think. So, anywho's, let's do a random one. Refresh. Which we'll see. Oh, did I get the 6 or the 7 one? I got the 7. Fear and Love, another 249. Thank you. You play this game too much. We all do. Okay. Who do you want me to look at, Tito? Lily, review who you'd like. Thank you, Lily. The 6th one was mine. Oh, I'm sorry, Trauma Cat. Swimming and cash. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think these streams are a win-win-win. People seem to like to watch them. I can potentially make a little bit of money for them. Do ad-free streams. And then I can hopefully give some advice that's maybe helpful. Or I can be a dick. Like, if it's entertaining. Staff of Scarlet Sands, Arlecchino. Interesting. On Mars, say Hunter. Interesting. Interesting. Are you doing a Virgin Arlecchino? Or like a hybrid-y Virgin Arlecchino? They're running EM timepiece. I really look forward to testing Arlecchino on MH, because like my problem with Arlecchino on MH is like she just became too fragile most of the time that it wasn't really something I prefer to do. It was fun to do, but not something I prefer to do. I think Arlecchino with Emilie on MH is going to be way more compelling. But because of the burning damage reduction. I don't know how much Virgin with Emilie will work with Arlecchino, but anywho's. Yeah, this circlet. Look at the EM there. You want me to look at Furina and Neuvillette? Okay, let's go. Let's go. ER. You're running ER on Furina. What a world. Oh, this is a cracked Furina though, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ, 190 ER, 72 crit rate, 170 crit damage. Remember, this weapon gives some crit rate to skill damage bonus. But yeah, you're running ER. What a world. Thank you. And it's all just like ER and substats, like gross. Look how well balanced this person's ER substats are. Dang. Like, this is a very, very good Furina build. Crown Burst. You know what the priorities are with Furina. You know what's up. I like it. See, thank you. I have found someone who uses Furina the same way I do. Rather than everyone that's just like throwing her with Neuvillette teams, and I'm just like, okay. I'm sorry. Don't mean to insult everyone. It's just like she's one of my favorite characters for how she enables you to be able to do so many fun things in the game. And that means not doing her double Hydra with Neuvillette most of the time. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I like your Furina. There's not much to improve, honestly, with that. I mean, there might be teams that need more ER than this, but that, you know, that just depends. You're in the situation where if you need more ER than this, you just switch to an ER timepiece, right? You got an off-piece timepiece there. Like, it's very easy for you to solve that problem, so it's not actually a problem. This is a bit of a strong Neuvillette build. I'm curious if there's enough ER. So like an interesting thing with Tome of the Eternal Flow versus like Prototype Amber is you get less energy refunding from Tome than you do from Prototype Amber, at least at higher refinement. Higher refined Amber, not higher refined Tome, obviously. But yeah, this is look at this goblet, and it's an HP goblet, but like, look at it. It has ER on it too. What the frick? Ew. God, look at how many HP. Look how many HP substats are on this circlet. Oh my god. 22.2% HP. Good lord. Yep. Yep. Neuvillette be stomping. Genshin Gamer gave me Czar 35. Can't donate much. I'm broke. No worries. If you don't have money to donate, don't donate, please. There's there's plenty of resources like my Discord server or other people's servers, whatever. You can find plenty of help you can get from communities for free. Don't feel a need to donate to me if you don't have the money. But I will look at your Hu Tao and Furina. What it's interesting how every Hu Tao I've seen has been like 4-piece Crimson on a really good build, except not using an EM timepiece. I think except for maybe that one Hu Tao that had like 300 EM. So yeah, EM hates you. I mean, yeah, that's fair. This is again like what I mentioned before. Like EM main stat is rare enough that like you might just never see the right thing. Being that you have an off-piece timepiece, right, it still might be worth testing to see how an EM timepiece with lower crit value compares to your HP timepiece here. Like if it's a 20, like even like something that's like 20 CV, especially if it's like 20 CV plus like 2 HP percent rolls or something, might be better than this. Might. I'm not sure. It's just worth testing, right? But honestly, does it really matter considering how good the rest of the build is? Like, this is a ridiculous build, to say the least. So, probably not is the answer, is kind of my point. Or like, yeah, look at this freaking circlet, what the heck. You've definitely spent just a little bit of resin in Crimson, I think. Just a smidge. Smidgy smidge. Furina Hu Tao. Wow. Festering Desire is a little bit of a, aha, get F for not playing in version 1.0, or 1.1, whatever it was given in. But you got a C3 Furina with a Hydro Goblet, good chunk of ER. Obviously, Festering is a very good weapon for her. This is a very good Furina build. Well balanced. Most of the time, you don't need an ER. You don't need any more ER. Well, some of the time you might need more ER than this, but again, it's the same as that other build. Thank you for having enough ER in your Furina to have flexibility. That's what I think the ideal Furina build is, right? A Furina build, because Furina has such variable ER needs that you're not always going to be able to have a perfect build for every situation, ever. So the best thing to do if you want to use Furina in a lot of different ways is have a build like this that you just have the ability to either switch just the timepiece or switch just the weapon to be able to have enough ER on her. That's kind of my ideal. And for me, that usually means switching between Fav or not Fav weapons, and I leave the rest of the build the same. In this case, it would be switching between an ER timepiece and a non-ER timepiece, right? And that's kind of it. And that's I think the ideal. So this is basically an ideal for a build, and of course C3 makes her a bit stronger. So yeah. And yeah, Favonius could do the exact same thing. Favonius versus higher DPS weapons. So yep. Very good Furina build. There's not much to improve other than, in the rare situation you need to. Oh yeah, you said you have a good ER piece. Exactly, right? So you just switch to an ER piece if you need it. And glance to the other stuff quick, because I feel bad about taking money from someone that said they didn't have that much money. Please don't donate to me if you don't have money. I greatly appreciate it, but, good Xiangling. This is a very good Xiangling build, actually. It's a Fab Xiangling build with this crit ratio. Like, dang. Dang. This is a strong Xiangling. There's a strong Yulon. Not much to improve there. Tenacity. Yep. It's a newbie. It's a Zhongli. Very good Glad build. Looks pretty similar to mine, actually. Yeah, this looks very similar to mine. Mine has a bit more crit damage, but, you know, not that different. And sometimes mine has 0 crit. It's a very good emblem build on normal Raiden. Yep. Yeah, you got good builds all around. Yeah, goddamn, look at that ER. It's hard to get as much ER. Like, to be clear, the sad thing about Kazuha and this weapon is it's still not necessarily enough ER to burst consistently. But, you know, in your case, you just switch. If you really need the ER to burst consistently on Kazuha on a team where this is not enough ER, you just switch to Sack Sword or Fav, and, you know, you're fine. Not the end of the world to lose the EM, right? But yeah, dang good builds. You got dang good builds. There's not much you can really address there other than really minor tweaks, realistically. So, anyways, let's do a random one. Is this... Oh, well, okay. I can't... My brain cannot remember if it's like one I looked at before or not. But it refreshed anyways, so we're doing the refreshed one. Hopefully I'll be able to have a function that blocks that from doing that. Anywho's, your AR-56 with no sack sword. That's unfortunate. It's not the greatest weapon in the game or anything. Anyways, Rice Cooker, are you in chat? What are we looking at? What are we looking at, Rice Cooker? Everything? Good Furina build? ER check? Could be enough, could be not, you know, ER. It depends. you could grind TCG for Primo Gems. Don't do it, you'll lose your sanity. I'm joking. I mean, the TCG is perfectly fine if you enjoy the TCG. I feel like it still feels like it should be its own application. Like, I'd rather play the TCG on a direct application on my phone rather than having to, like, log into Genshin, go find the TCG, and yeah. Anyways. Mistsplitter Ayaka. This is a yoked Mistsplitter Ayaka. Jesus Christ. If you're not playing her with Shenhe... Oh, you have Shenhe. Never mind. Okay. I was going to say, if you're not playing her with Shenhe, you might actually be at the investment level where an attack percent circlet might be better. But with Shenhe, I'm pretty sure crit damage circlet is still better, if I recall. Because attack percent main stat doesn't increase the flat damage buff from Shenhe, whereas crit does. So you'd be mad at your account. I don't think I'd be mad at anyone's account. Anyways. Good. Yeah, pretty good prototype Amber build. 80 crit rate, 222 ER, or 222 ER, 222 crit damage. Yeah, this is a very good Neuvillette build. Yep. Yai. 2-piece. Yas. Everyone's embracing the 2-piece Yai builds. It's actually pretty similar to my Yai build, except for, wow, that ER. You have, how many dead stats? Jesus Christ. You have, like, no dead stats. 1. Like, ER is a weird, sometimes dead stat on her, to be clear. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead stats. Jesus. Jesus. Yep, alright. I think my Yai build might be very slightly better for like more generalized contexts. But yeah. It'd be with free. He's trying to encourage players not to use their signature. I know. No, wait. No, honey syrup. I disagree with you. I always encourage people to use Furina's signature. Fab is her signature weapon. Everyone should use Fab on Furina. We all know that the weapon that for some reason they released with Furina is not Furina's signature weapon. That is Kirara's signature weapon. When Kirara is used with Furina. Fab is her signature weapon. Yeah, R1 Ziphos. Good chunk of ER. Yep, good Kazuha build. Nothing crazy. No offense or anything. It's just a Kazuha build. Ooh, that's a strong Yoimiya. A little imbalanced, obviously, but honestly, doesn't even matter. Probably not. ER check. I don't remember what her ER needs is for Ayaka. I definitely, on polearms only at least, I prefer much more ER than that. It's weird to me that they didn't make Calamity Queller refund any energy. You probably need an ER timepiece, realistically, is my guess. But other than that, very strong. And also Noblesse is technically better. I wish to express that, unless you have someone else that's on with the team paired of Shenhe that is on Noblesse already, because Noblesse doesn't stack. Then Noblesse is better on Shenhe. But depending on your artifacts and like what you have available, it's not necessarily worth farm. It's not a difference that's necessarily worth farming for versus this build, so it's fine. Furina's signatures and ER stands. I mean, not wrong. You're not wrong. And this is a very strong Linny build. Yep, look what you got going. Anyways. Thanks for the €5, Helen. Hopefully we'll get your stuff soon, or I'll just get backlogged forever. Actually, we're only 25 minutes away from me just going on to doing all donos to get through them. If I still have energy at the end of the donations, I might do more non-donation ones. Depends how my brain is feeling. But I feel like 3 hours of rambling about reviewing things might be my breaking point. So hence, like, 3 hours for the stream is my stopping point to then go and talk about or to go and finish up any of the donation ones, right? Anywho's, next dono one. Vlog. Yelan. Try insulting the build. I need to insult this Yelan. Okay. Also, it's Ignari, Layla, and Yoimiya. Alright. Yoimiya. Looks pretty good. A little bit low crit rate, but probably not the end of the world. Oh, it's on 4 Crimson. Do you need... So 4 Crimson is, I think, theoretically better for Yoimiya than... Because like, you get some AoE damage from her burst, and it can be really valuable. Interesting. I don't know if you need ER in some of her normal teams with Crimson. I'm used to just ignoring ER in Yoimiya because most people just do Shimenalas, right? But it looks like a pretty good Yoimiya build. Let's look at Tignari and Layla quick. C2 Tignari, very nice. I think you're overcapping crit rate, just FYI. Unless, I don't think Enka is factoring in, so C1, I think it's C1? Yeah, I think C1, C2 is just some damage bonus, basically, with weird conditions for triggering it. But C1 is some damage bonus, or crit rate, which means I think you're like 10% overcapped. Not that it's that easy a problem to fix, but you could potentially fix it by like doing a different feather or whatever, right? But yeah, this is a pretty yoked out Tignari on 4-piece gilded, that's for sure. Thank you, Brink J. Try to take a look at your stuff. You got a Siegeween, rare Siegeween puller. Alright, Layla, and then we'll look at Yelan and try to insult Yelan. Wait, is this a... What is this? Is this a hybrid? This is a hybrid Layla? Should have led with that. Hybrid Layla, huh? Weird. Layla does get some HP scaling damage, to be clear, but only part of her damage is HP scaling. It's like, why Hoyo? Why? But she's like, I mean, Hu Tao is an honorary HP scaler, but she's more dual scaler than she is HP scaler. You could argue that she's like basically the only non-hydro HP scaler, direct HP scaler, as far as like her kit says HP scaling for damage. Yeah, I don't know. She'd probably get some occasionally fairly significant damage, and that's pretty fun. I like it. And she can still shield for you, so yeah, I like it a lot. That's all there is to it. How good is it to do, really? I don't know. I don't care. I think if it's fun to you, and she still does whatever else you need to do, it's awesome, in my opinion. So, on C6, every spell scales, every ability scales with HP. Does it? I have to go double check her C6, but even better if so. So, yeah, I like it. It's obviously not easy to get to a build that's like as weirdly specific as this, but yeah. Remember the Harbinger of Dawn, for anyone that doesn't know, gives some crit rate, by the way. So, yeah, very good. That's probably my favorite build you have here. Insult this lady. C1 on emblem. You see, if you're getting Aqua Simulacra and you're getting C1 Yelan, you know, this is a good build in the traditional sense. And like, yeah, the 666 defense is funny, like, but that's like, you know, there's only like one, I mean, it's half of a dead stat even. There's only like 4 actually dead stats here. In the traditional sense, this is a really good Yelan build. But the thing is, I think the most fun thing to do with Yelan when you're talking a high investment Yelan is forward vape Yelan. You didn't crown her skill. I crowned Yelan's skill before I crowned her burst. Just saying. And forward vape Yelan, with C1 especially and her weapon, is intensely fun. I will probably have a video on it soon. Again, I have made videos on it in the past. So, I will say, there's some improvements you could be made by using Yelan on a build that's actually fun. There you go. That's the best insult I can have for your Yelan. Anywho, let's do a random. When your Burgeon Yelan was coming back, yeah, I mean, so the next Yelan video will probably not be a Burgeon Yelan team. Because yeah, that team was particularly good because it was Burgeon Yelan. I'll probably be doing Yelan and Emilie this time instead of like with Nahida like I did before, which means it's gonna be like less Burgeon focused, but Emilie will do more talent damage herself. Is my guess. But I don't know how it'll go. It's literally been a year since I've played Yelan Vape with any consistency. I played it for like a good month or two last year, but then haven't played it much since. So, anywho's, is this one I did before? Let's find out. Oops, wrong thing. Nope. Sophie. Still here, Sophie? Also, Electro Traveler with Sword of Narcissan Grooves. Why? Did we just find the world's first Electro Traveler main? Probably not. But yeah, like why? I'm curious. Are you here? Please explain. It's interesting. I like honestly, Electro Travelers is something I should do a video on because of the very fact that I don't know much about Electro Traveler. By the way, they're doing attack percent circlet, which is interesting as well. ER timepiece. What an interesting build. I don't know. Yeah, like is it? Yeah, I guess it's like a physical focus build. Obviously, they could probably use a crit rate circlet over this, but honestly, like they're built. This build will be consistent and have pretty decent output. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I respect the heck out of it for picking Electro Traveler of all things, right? You would play most Travelers if only Genshin had the same system as Honkai. Does Honkai let you play multiple of the same ones? Could Electro Traveler be good with Sethos? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless yeah, I don't think there's any actual meaningful synergy. Yeah, not this build for sure. Okay, I'm guessing Sophie isn't here right now. But how is your group reacting to one D&D? What does that mean, Henry? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Just use Dendro Traveler for Sethos? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Are you still doing only Dono builds? No, I'm alternating between Dono and not Dono. Forgot to add my UID. Oh, thank you, Helen. When will be my turn? Did you do a donation, Lily? Let me check. Wait, Lily, I don't see a donation. I don't see a donation from you, Lily. If you didn't donate, we're not going in turns. It's random. We're doing, this is a random selected thing. And then I am doing donos for the people that dono, because if people pay me, then yeah, I'm going to review them. But I'm alternating. So, yeah. Anywho's, lots of Ayakas. It's interesting how popular Ayaka is. You could probably use some more crit rate, but, you know, this is not that much crit rate for a Blizzard build. One of the big advantages of a Blizzard Slayer build is the potential consistency you get. But there's also notably in context like, oh, you know, there can be Abyss cycles that are like 2 of the 3 chambers are good for, or are doable with freeze, and then the last chamber is a boss. Alright, they do that all the time. And against that boss, you're losing 20% of the crit rate that Blizzard Slayer gives, and that sucks with a build like this. So this build goes from functional to potentially very not functional as soon as you switch to a boss or not a boss. And having higher crit rate, like having up to like 50% crit rate, could be basically, well, actually no, I think you need, I don't know, 50%-ish, we'll just say that. 50% crit rate could be like a really big difference maker in feeling like that is consistent. Also, you're doing ER timepiece, which is interesting, but I don't know if it's in progress or whatever, but yeah. Lily, did you even said my name? Oh. Okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about, where like YouTube sometimes just seems to like delete them. Like, I'm either blind or I don't see it in the super chat history here. Oh, there it is. There it is. I see it, Lily. Okay. I want to go in. There's such a backlog of, like, other people that donated, Lily, so I don't want to, like, just prioritize you, but check the VOD. Otherwise, you're probably going to be a good 30 minutes away, realistically. But yeah. Check out the VOD, because the end of the VOD should be just me doing donos. That's my plan, to keep things simple, so people can find theirs. Did I do yours already, Malfunction? I don't remember. Did I? No, I don't think I did. Wait, did I? I don't remember. Frick me. Again, yeah, if I somehow do miss anyone... No, oh, Malfunction, yours is next, actually. If I miss anyone, do DM me, though. If you prefer that versus coming back to the VOD, feel free to DM me. That's fine, too. On Discord. Interesting. Nice white blind, low investment. Oh, actually, okay, I was going to say low investment. You should do... Okay, Sophie, you understood the husk. Husk is good for defense scalers. That probably means you want defense percent main stat. Defense geo crit would be your ideal. It's fine for an in-progress build, but you might be over-prioritizing set bonuses versus not having the set bonus. Like just having the right main stats. Like usually the right main stats is more important than the set bonus. It depends on the set bonus. Husk set bonus can do a lot, but not enough to make it that you want to prioritize the wrong main stats. So I saw Red Horn Noelle and I was like, ooh, and then I saw the stats. Not potentially dysfunctional, to be clear. Like, she does technically still get some value from attack, but also you're never critting. It's like, why did you even level this one up? Is my confusion, right? Like, just using this for the 4-piece bonus is, like, fine. If it's for, like, in-progress builds, potentially, depending on your other, like, 2-piece combos available. But it's not worth the level up, usually, unless you're going to use it on someone else after the fact. Anywho's. Not bad. All things considered. Relative to everything else going on. Good Bennett build. Not Crown Burst, but it's fine. Fab Furina. Wow, with Fab Furina. Your Furina, I love it. Thank you. Probably want to crit circle it, but it's not the end of the world. Stacks for Kazuo. Nice. I like it. Probably want EM Goblet, but EM Goblet's pain, so understandable. This is a case where forcing the 4-piece bonus is absolutely more relevant than the main stat, to be clear. So, you know, this is a good thing, actually. Not necessarily worth to level it up much, but you haven't leveled it up much, so it's fine. Yep. I think that's kind of it. I'm curious about Electro Traveler. Yeah, it's really interesting. Okay. Malfunction, we'll get yours quick. Okay. Malfunction Studios, Arlecchino, Newbie, Furina. Okay. This is some low crit rate. I think the total attack here doesn't reflect, I think, the Staff of Homa bonus, if I recall. What? Wait. What are you doing? No. What are you doing? Malfunction Studios, are you actually trolling, or do you not know? Was there an account called Spades that got reviewed? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Listen. I'm listening. Look at your Furina and Newbie quick. When are you bursting into Neuvillette? Not saying there's no teams where Neuvillette doesn't need 0 ER, but with this weapon you usually need some ER in most of his teams. Especially with the C0 Neuvillette that's played in rainbow teams. And not bursting consistently in Neuvillette is a pretty bad thing. ER? Oh boy. Malfunction? You have some of the worst builds I've seen today. It's like You, you've, you've meaningfully invested into things. But then, like, I don't think you're bursting very often on Neuvillette. I mean, maybe if you're doing double hydro and like, but I definitely don't think you're bursting up Furina very well. And also your crit rate, like you have too much. You should just do crit rate circlet. It doesn't even matter. Like crit rate with useless substats over this crit damage circlet is my guess for this Furina. And also no ER. Yeah, it just, oh. This might be the worst one today. I'm not gonna lie. What did you say about? I looked up a guide that said attack percent good, and I was like, cool. I mean, you know this is not attack percent, right? This is HP. I mean, look. Okay, to be clear, I was able to clear with Arlecchino on a completely zero crit build. Considering Homa converts HP to attack, and the substats are not horrible here, it's probably functional. It's probably functional. But... oh dear. Oh dear. Yup. Alright, let's do another random. Thank you, malfunction, for the laugh, at least. Oops. Is this random? I think it's a random. Dry bones. If you're still in here, what do you want me to look at? I guess I can just glance through all of them briefly. It's a pretty decent rust build. Like look at that, like a perfect 1-to-2 ratio. Let's go. Yeah, it's a pretty good rust build. Pretty good emblem build on Yelan. Certainly not the most insane, but it's definitely more than functional. Obviously, Hydro Goblet could be better, but you're using an onset HP Goblet. It's like in my opinion, it barely matters. Pretty good. Yeah, this is a really good Yoimiya build. Good amount of EM. Like, how many dead stats are there? This is one. And when you have this much flat attack, it's like, yeah, it's not ideal versus crit, duh, but it's a lot better than HP. Like, this is equivalent to probably... It's probably equivalent to like 1.5, 2 attack percent rolls, I'm guessing. I could do the math, but I don't feel like doing it. And yeah, I don't know, and this is no dead stats. This is pretty yoked. Like, you got a good balance where, like, it looks a little bit cockadoodle in some of your pieces, but then the overall balance is really good, right? And have a good amount of relevant other stats, not many dead stats. It's a really, really good Yoimiya build. So, yeah. As far as I know, Slingshot is better than Rust before R5. Really? That's interesting. I don't know. That's one of those things that assumes good enough artifacts, maybe, for it to be worthwhile as well. But that is interesting. I think Slingshot versus Rust is also notably, almost assuredly, assuming Bennett. And I can tell you, the little I've played Yoimiya with Bennett, I hated it. So, you know, it depends on the teams. But, anyways, it's a good Rust build. That's all it is. But based on what Chatter said, you could try Slingshot. I guess it's a 3-star weapon. Takes barely any resources to level. And then try a crit damage circlet if you have it. Might be worth checking. At least. Right? In case it is better. It's a very pretty good, yeah, nice Finale. Finale is a great weapon on her, especially R5. Yeah, it's a very, very good format. It's another Fab Furina. I've been saved. Look how good this Fab Furina build is. Maybe a little bit low ER for some contests, but it's fine. It's fine. Again, it's just like switch to an ER timepiece if you need, right? It's a Fab Furina build, and look how yoked its stats are. Crown Burst. Thank you. Thank you, Dry Bones. Thank you. Let's go. Is Furina signature weapon build. You use Furina the way I like to use Furina, and I appreciate that. Okay, what's the next one? Emmy. Emmy for the 5 CAD. Blam. A few days ago, somehow I like woke up at like 7 a.m. by the way, and like, you know, I woke up, ate food, because, you know, you do that. And now my stomach is just getting hungry at weird times, and it pisses me off. I hate getting hungry at weird times. I would like to be not hungry at weird times. I really get hungry in general, so it's also just a weird feeling in general for me. For my stomach to be grumbly. But oh well. What did you want me to look at? Sorry. Emmy wants me to look at Furina and the Key, so would love some advice. Feel free to look at other characters. Furina, Key, I mean, ER timepiece. That's probably the main takeaway here, to be honest. Other than that, you know, Hydro Goblet is not ideal. Actually, no, sorry. Key of Conjure's derp. Key of Conjure gives a whack ton of HP, so Hydro Goblet is probably ideal. Especially it's a pretty good Hydro Goblet's onset, so never mind. I take that back. This is a very good circlet, though. Yeah, if you can get a ER timepiece with like ER, the ideal would be ER, HP, double crit, right? And you got a very, very, very good build going. That's probably what I would say right now. Like this is cracked. This is very good. This is good in the teams where you have enough ER, and then yeah. But right now your main struggle would be not having enough ER for a lot of teams. And of course, Furina's burst should be leveled up probably as much as you can afford, assuming you're using her as to her maximum potential for buffing. That would be the priority. But other than that, it's like very good. It's just the ER problem for many teams, right? Festering is best in slot 4-star. Festering is a weapon that doesn't exist for a very, very large amount of the player base. So I refuse to say a weapon is a best in slot 4-star when it doesn't exist. So, you know. Other builds quick. Nice. Relatable. Relatable crit rate. But other than that, very good. It's a lot of attack. Yep. Fluver. Yeah, is that the pipe? Is this overcapping crit rate? This might be overcapping crit rate. Yeah, your Clorinde might be overcapping crit rate. I'm not sure exactly. I can't remember the exact amount she gave. I thought she gave something like additional... I think she like ascends with crit rate and then gives an additional 20%, so I think you're not... Yeah, it is plus 20. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, because I think she ascends with crit rate and then gets plus 20 or something. Maybe she ascends with... I don't know. No, she ascends with crit damage. Anyways, whatever. It's plus 20, so you're fine. Yep. I mean, it's a good 2-piece build. Obviously, it looks like you might be working on 4-piece Whimsy, which is obviously good on her. If you have 4-piece Thundering Fury, if you didn't want to farm any more Whimsy, you would try 4-piece Thundering Fury. Not that it's necessarily worth farming for Scratch for. As far as farming for Scratch goes, particularly if you're getting Emilie, the Burning has potentially much more... The Burning and Whimsy domain might be more valuable. Versus like Strongbox and Thundering Fury, you probably shouldn't farm Thundering Fury domain because the Thundering Fury domain is garbage. Thunder Suit there is not very relevant, but you can Strongbox Thundering Fury, so you know that's a consideration at least. But mostly if you already have it. Xiangling build. Nahida build. Nahida wants to be level 90 if you're trying to actually get a good amount of damage out of it. Like this is a really good Nahida build. But if you're trying to maximize her damage output in any team with Electro, she should be level 90. It's a very significant damage increase for her. In teams where there is not Electro, it doesn't really matter, to be clear. Just her Dendra application is, in many teams she's used in, the most important part of her thing, her ult kit, and that doesn't really, like, you don't need to have her dealing a lot of damage for her to be good, but her ability to deal a lot of damage with Electro with doing spread damage is a significant part of what can make her strong in many teams. So it's worth level 90 her for those teams with Electro, which is a lot of teams usually with her. Good Kazuha build. Nothing crazy. Oh wait, you're doing Animal Goblet. Why Animal Goblet? You probably want EM Goblet. But actually no, you're doing 5-piece Viridescent. I was gonna say maybe it's to force the VV bonus, but No, it's not to force with the VV bonus. You should probably do an off-piece EM goblet, realistically. And then you'd have the flexibility to switch to an ER timepiece if you really needed it. Other than that, pretty good. Bye, Pumpkin. Thank you for joining. Skyward. Interesting that you chose to use the Song of Days Pass set. Not many people choose that. Like, there's teams, right, where you're doing, like, say, Bennett on Noblesse and Cloud Retainer. Can be either on VV, but VV can be clunky, to say the least. So this can actually be, like, one of your best set options. It's not bad at all. So, yeah. This amount of ER might not be enough for a lot of Cloud Retainer teams. It just depends. You do have C1 Cloud Retainer, but C1 Cloud Retainer is like it kind of helps, but some rotations, but it doesn't help every rotation if you're doing good rotations. Or it just extends rotations. So you might not have enough ER. You might actually just be accidentally extending your rotations a lot with the amount of ER you have, is basically my point. But also, again, ER on Cloud Retainer is pain. So I get it. Like, this is the amount of ER I have in my Cloud Retainer before she gets the 48% extra energy recharge from Osworn Eye on I think my Noblesse build. And she sometimes does not get her burst back when I need it in some teams. So that's what I'm kind of basing this on, right? Is it not a type % circlet? Yeah, it is a type % circlet. That's what I thought. And it looks like a Nilu build missing an artifact. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, thank you, Emmy. I don't know why I loaded all of them. I just felt like it. Sorry. To make it up for people, we're at 3 hours, but... okay, so we're at 3 hours, which is when I said I was going to switch to just finishing off all the donation ones, and I will finish all the donation ones that are in my queue here. But I'm going to do... We're going to do 3, particularly because I rambled at the beginning of the stream for like a good 10-15 minutes. I'm going to do 3 more random ones, okay? So we'll do this one. I'm going to do 3 more random ones, and then I will switch to finishing off the dono ones, I think. I'm going to try to go through the random ones a little bit faster, though. Not everything. Good lord, that is a strong engulfing sea. Jesus. Alright, Cappuccino. Yep. That's a C3. Yep. You just... You get like C2 of everything, don't you? Oh, no, not Neuvillette. You just... Yep. Okay. This is the kind of player that does like what I do, but like not for content. Play a gacha game, they said. Yeah. Anyways. Should we resubmit for the next review stream? Yes. So I will remake I'll clear out the data for the form for the next review stream. The reason being is because I'm not going to assume everyone that submitted to this stream. I want the people watching while I am doing the reviews, ideally. So I'm going to clear out the form and then do a new one, right? And do a new sheet when I do another stream, right? So, anyways. Yeah, Risley has not gotten a rerun, which is crazy. These are some very good builds, though. But, yeah, this person has spent probably a couple dollars in the game. It's just a couple dollars. Where are your Emilie polls? Tomorrow. Anywho's, yep. Very good builds, I think. There's not much to say about them. Other than Hybrid Raiden is the way to go. No, just saying. No. ER check. Like, good on you for having a lot of EM, but also your Kazuha is not bursting. Freedom Sword is a meh. Like, it's not bad, technically, but like, to be clear, I should technically use Freedom Sworn on my Kazuha when I'm playing him with Arlecchino, right? But I don't care to switch his weapon. He needs to burst sometimes in mini teams, so I prefer having a more universal build on him, right? But, you know, if you're always playing him in teams that don't burst, then oh well. But also, like your C1 and C2, you're not getting much value from C1 and C2 if you're not bursting consistently. And you don't always have to get value from C1 and C2. That's why I think they're kind of bait constellations, is because they're too situationally maybe good, but situationally don't do anything. So, wait, this is you? This is you, Cappuccino? Or this is you, Lily? So So anyway, yeah, I figured that she was on your server, Osorio, but yeah, I think NA gets characters last, if I recall. But yeah, you can always just switch weapon if you need to be clear. I get it. But like, yeah, Freedom Sworn is just weird. And like, I suspect you may not be getting the most value from, well, congrats Lily, you got lucky. You got quite lucky. You might not be getting the most value from your Kazuha's constellations sometimes if you are not bursting, right? That's kind of it. C2 Furina, it's a pretty good C2 Furina. You have R4 festering. Boy, do you regret that? You didn't get R5 festering. That's just funny. I actually just like it. Just didn't get that last refine. The burst takes so long. Well, yeah, I'm not saying you use his burst in every single team. It's why I don't actually think his constellations are very relevant. They're a bit overhyped and overvalued because they're too situationally but they're situationally potentially good, really strong if you can afford the field time. Sometimes they are not worth the field time, like in my Arlecchino team that I've been using Kazuha in a lot lately, where he just presses E and then switches off field, and that's the ideal. And in that context, Freedom Sworn is good, and this kind of build is perfect. Anywho's, yeah, the R5 festering is funny. Oh boy. Yep. Could use more ER maybe, but other than that, yep. It's a decent Sino build. Actually, I lied. In what reality are you bursting consistently? Okay, to be clear, I guess if you're doing Fischl, if you're cutting Sino's even then, have you reviewed someone with Emilie yet? I have not. I don't. Yeah, this looks so much better than it is, but like anyone who's played Sino, man, you know you probably want some ER. Like, there's a reason I have decided that my Sino is going with a lower amount of EM and an ER timepiece on my Pokemon only account, is because that just actually makes him feel good to play. I know that, yeah, Thundering Fury lessens the requirements, but yeah, I don't think it lowers to 100. Like, and there's like no Electro, like you could do, I don't know. Yeah, you could do Sino Raiden, that's kind of what I was thinking too, because Raiden has the uptime for it. But like, she's not generating that much energy, but I don't know, maybe it's fine. Maybe with Electro Resonance it's fine, like maybe, but that's kind of forcing him to one team and a non-ideal teammate. You don't usually play Sino with Raiden. It's a Luna review whether you have enough ER, I know. It's because it's the most important stat in the game. So, anyways, I don't know how often your Sino is actually Sinoing. But if you can make it work, it's a yoked, absolutely cracked build. But Sino with no ER seems not fun. So if you aren't playing Sino much because of it feeling like he just doesn't perform well, it might be because of that. And this is a very strong Yoimiya for Shimano Yoimiya. Gross. All right, 2 more. All right. Scipio. Also, one thing that can happen, I didn't implement a function that, like, it can give me the same people that I had before. Is this the same person I had before? Maybe it's just someone that's similar. Is this the same person I had before? I feel like I might have been. It seems familiar. Someone tell me. Who needs ER when you clear everything in one cycle? I mean, you're not technically wrong, I guess, but you also have the next chamber. You don't have ER for the next chamber, then you get to like waste 20 seconds the next chamber. I don't know, it just doesn't feel good to not have energy to use your character's abilities. Using your character's abilities is nice. I could have sworn I did this one already. So I think that Scipio somehow just got rolled twice. This one got rolled twice too. I'm pretty sure this was the type of one. So refresh. Oh. And I just went through like 3. All right. Like Scipio, if I didn't review yours before, message me. I'm pretty sure I messaged. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong. I swear I did. Kit Kat, auto join, take any resource you need. All right, let's go. Let's everyone go join Kit Kat's world and take everything from them. That would be kind of funny actually. could I organize some kind of like raid on some streamer? Like organize my audience to go into some person's world, just constantly send people to some random streamer's world, like some streamer that is like not getting that many views on Twitch or whatever, and I could just keep on sending you guys to steal their resources. Like just send someone to like grab each freaking flower in the game kind of thing. And then this person just like, what is happening? And just constantly getting people taking every plant in the game. Anyways, that'd be really annoying to organize, I think, but it sounds really funny. Anyways, Kit Kat, I don't know if you're still watching, but let's look at your stuff. Two-piece. Crown skill. Aqua's kind of to be clear, with the Elan at C0, but if you're doing double Hydra Elan, it's fine. You're at least doing an ER timepiece. Yeah, a good Elan build, assuming you have enough ER to burst. They're offline. Yeah, so unfortunate. This is a Eula build, by the way, but this has a decent amount of ER at least. Like you'll probably be able to burst consistently. It's a good Eula build, just, you know, yeah, roll on that 50-50 every time. Oh, is it a C6 build? No, it's not a C6 build. It looks like a C6 build, but not a C6 build. Anyways, another pretty decent Rust build on Yoimiya, R4. Yep, it is a Tenacity build. They're a liar, stinky pants. I mean, if they're not online, they can't accept you, to be fair. But, you know. Forglad build on White Tassel, not bad. Of course, White Tassel, again, like, you kind of really need Bennett if you want White Tassel to not feel But having tested some White Tassel without Bennett when Arlecchino first came out is not unusable, even without Bennett. So, you know. And most people feel the need to use Bennett regardless of that. So it's fine. Pretty good emblem build, nothing really to say here, honestly. You have a good amount of ER, maybe not enough ER in some situations, but like the reason that Raiden oftentimes has recommendations to go over 200 ER is because there are oftentimes situations where you don't get her full like normal attack sequence out, and if you don't get her full sequence out because like an enemy died and new one spawned on the other side of Abyss, you get less energy refunding from her burst, right? Which means you need a little bit more ER potentially. So that's why you might see some recommendations for her to have like 220, 230 ER, but it just kind of depends. She's one of the weirder characters as far as the relation to ER and her, and notably, of course, 4-piece emblem and her own passive makes her get additional damage from energy recharge. So there's not nearly the same downside as building extra ER on her as there is on other characters, because ER is contributing to extra damage anyways. So you may as well build extra ER. That's basically why. Is 300% ER with the catch okay? 300% ER is probably a bit much. But, yeah. Anyways, point is, this is like right on the borderline where like it's probably fine, but maybe you might want ER sometimes more. Like 1 or 2 more rolls of ER potentially. Another Freedom Sword Kazuha. Yep. As long as you're not bursting, it's a good build. Whoops. Fleuve. ER. Yep, I mean, considering you have the flexibility to probably have enough ER if you just switch to an ER timepiece, seems pretty good. Nothing crazy going on. You got good stuff going, just like, you know, slight imbalances maybe or whatever. Alright, who's this? This is probably the last one. Oh. Well, I don't know which one we got, because it updated twice. Oops, I'm having a stroke, don't worry. We got the second one. Alright. Whoever the 608 was, I'm sorry. Any Emilies? Yeah. You know what? If there's anyone in chat, if there's anyone in chat that has an Emilie build, just because it'll make me mad that you have Emilie hours before I can have Emilie. When is Fab Kazuha good? When you need to burst. But yeah, Aggravate is the likely one. If you donate, yeah, you can donate still, and I'll review. But after this one, I'm gonna move on to just the finishing up the dono ones. And yeah, but if someone has an Emilie build, I will review an Emilie build, because, you know, my Emilie's level 59. I mean, I won't judge the level, but I will judge the artifacts. You know. Anywho's Furina main. And it's a Furina main that has some ER. What a world. That's how you know they're actually a Furina main, because they actually have ER. They're AR50, to be clear, if you didn't notice. So, obviously a lot of these things are in progress. They literally, AR50 is when you unlock the final ascension, by the way. So, it's fine. All things considered, for AR50 is a pretty decent build. Same thing here. Marshall says it's actually a really good choice for a lower investment Hu Tao. Got a VV build with a surprisingly high amount of ER on your Cloud Retainer. Still a little bit inconsistent. Like, they're not clearing fully through Abyss, but, you know, they've managed to clear through the first 8 floors, which is not terrible. Yeah, like for AR50 builds here, well, you know, you may as well just do Hybrid Bloom Raiden, is what I suggest. But you need to level up Raiden quite a lot more. A normal Raiden build can be something you do later when you work on all the teammates that make sense for like a Raiden national team or whatever, or Raiden Shivers team, you know, because this is a Raiden build that's not worth actually using on her right now versus just a Hyper Bloom build. So yeah, I don't know. This is not bad at all. Like, seems like you know the general gist of what you're doing or following stuff pretty well. The only suggestion would be maybe, yeah, just doing, if you want to get value from Raiden in the shorter term, a Hyper Bloom Raiden might be the way to go. Right. So, he was by Confused Unga Bunga. Goblet on that Raiden's a keeper? Oh yeah, true. I didn't even notice that. Oh god, yeah, look at that. Jesus. Man, wish I had that luck that early on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 7 good stat onset Goblet. Damn. Damn. Heckin' good. Yeah, we're 3 hours in. I'm gonna go finish the donos here quick. Anyone say they have Emilie? Can you review your own Emilie build? I could, I guess. Yeah, it low rolled, but like, nah, the low rolls hardly matter. Okay. Anywho's, yeah, 3 hours for me as well. You have Emilie weapon. Sylveon, I don't think I need to review you having her weapon, but I'm glad you got it. Have you tested it with Shenhe yet? Is she able to keep up the passive consistently? It's kind of annoying to test that, I imagine. Or actually, no. Is there a visual? Sylveon, is there a visual for the passive being up on the weapon? Have you tested without Nahida? Okay. All right. We're switching to the donos. Oh, sweet. No, there is one. There's one Emilie. All right. Thank you, Chanel. Let's see. Let's see. We'll look at one Emilie. Look at that. Oh, that's not. What am I doing? There we go. Missive Windspear. All right. If you have Fav, it might be worth considering a Fav over Missive, to be clear. Honestly, it's not that bad. I don't know if I would do it. So, like, the thing with Emilie and, like, ER is, if you're using her in any team where you have to build her more than, like, 30% ER to burst consistently, it's probably not worth doing. In your case, I would probably consider, if doing, like, a crit rate, that circlet is really good, though, actually. that attack circlet is so good. This is one of those attack circlets, like, it's like, oh, I see why you're using that over a crit rate circlet, but this attack circlet is a circlet that would make the most sense when you're using a crit rate weapon. So if you're using deathmatch, and you might be a completely free-to-play player, or if you're not considering that. If you have deathmatch, right, what I would probably consider for your Emilie is doing, and this would give you probably the most value potentially out of that circlet until you got a different crit circlet, is using deathmatch and then not worrying about ER significantly and just bursting every other rotation, right? Like it does not make or break her utility whether or not you burst every rotation. So, unless I'm very wrong about her kit, maybe I will end up wanting to use her in teams where, like, I really, if you play her in teams where you really want that extra Dendra application that you can get from her burst, that's, I think, the situations where you might want builds that burst every rotation. But I think those are relatively few and far between. As far as her total damage output, it doesn't necessarily make that much sense to go really hard in DER to burst every rotation on her. So, yeah, it's just interesting. How her relationship to ER is weird because her kit does not need you to burst every rotation by any means for her to have good damage output, right? And therefore you are potentially sacrificing a meaningful amount of her damage output by building too much ER to burst every rotation. And her burst also doesn't always have very consistent damage output itself. So yeah, that take it for what you will. She's a character that's gonna have to be messed with a little bit. Maybe you will end up preferring a higher ER build, but I would consider Fav or Deathmatch over Missile Wind Spear most likely, if you have them. Her burst can upkeep the level turret. Yes, I know. That doesn't mean it's worth building 70% energy recharge on her. Energy recharge does not contribute to her damage, and she can contribute meaningful damage to the team without building energy recharge. I believe, I don't love Jay Stern's takes on everything, but I think I watched Jay Stern's video on her, and I think he recommended, I think he said somewhere around the line of, if you have to build more than 30% ER on her, it's probably not worth building. He basically said it's not worth building any more than 30% extra energy to be able to burst every rotation, right? So just don't bother with anything much past that and just burst whenever it's available. And I think I generally agree with his take there. I haven't done a hardcore energy calcs for the damage fallout for energy versus things, and it's weird again because of her burst having potentially higher value with fatter hitbox enemies like bosses, and her burst having higher value for Dendra application, and her burst having potential higher value for saving rotation time for not having to use her skill because it just restarts the duration of it. That is all things that make her burst relevant. Her burst is really interesting, but she doesn't need it. She doesn't need to do it. So, it's weird, is my point. And I don't know. It's at least worth checking other options that you have versus just going this hard into ER. If you find that you prefer the higher ER build for the shorter rotations, whatever, then use the higher ER build, right? Shouldn't she run some crit circlet? Yeah, I know, but I think they said they hadn't gotten any crit circlets. So, this is a not terrible. Again, I just made a video that I purposely did an Arlecchino build with 0 crit. Especially for a character that's being off-fielded, that if you're, you can on-fielder, but when you're off-fielder without Bennett buff, crit rate circlet with a high amount of crit substats might be doing more work than you expect. But of course, the ideal would be having, if you're lacking in crit rate and substats, you would still want more crit rate than this, obviously. This could be actually a really, really good circlet, and it could actually be better than a crit rate main stat circlet if this build had, 65% crit rate from having crit rate, a bunch of crit rate in the other substats kind of thing, right? Or crit rate from the weapon. Hence why I suggested deathmatch, right? But yeah, don't undervalue the potential for attack percent circlet for an off-fielder. It's very hard to use an attack percent circlet and have a good crit ratio when you're not doing a crit rate weapon. Or the character doesn't ascend with crit rate. She ascends with crit damage. So, anywho's, yeah, this character does not have the burst. So, people are overestimating the issue of her ER needs vastly. I think she's actually very well designed as far as her relationship to ER goes, where she has interesting nuance where there is value to it, but you do not need to do it to get value out of her. I think it's kind of the ideal. Off-fielders always are going to struggle, especially off-field units that deal damage over time. Mahoyo has a very consistent pattern of a unit that does damage over time with their skill will generate energy over time. She actually generates a decent amount of energy and has a relatively low burst cost, it's not insane. But she's still an off-fielder, so unless she generated a ridiculous amount of energy particles, or she broke the pattern for how they make every single unit that has off-field skill-based damage that does damage over time versus in one instance, right? That's the difference, right? Most of the time when characters have damage in their skills that do damage over time, they don't generate particles right when they cast it, most of the time. So, I don't know. It's fine, in my opinion. It doesn't matter, because she can be completely useful without whatever. Anywho's, I like Emilie a lot. Look forward to some Emilie content this week. Let's get through my donation ones. What time is it in the stream? 3 hours, 24 minutes. I will try to put a timestamp of that for anyone that may have had to leave that donated. 3 hours, 24, 20. All right, let's get on. Let's get on to all the things, all the donos that I have left. So no more randoms. Sorry if you were just waiting for the chance of getting picked randomly. Dono remaining. Okay. Where is it? Oh, where's my window? Where's my window? So I find the window. All right. All right. Last one I did was Emmy. Danzabob. Sorry for making you wait so long. Danzabob, wait. You didn't give me a UID. No. Oh no, Danzabob. Alright, Danzabob, if you're... So Danzabob said, do you think it's worth grinding on MH for Yoimiya? Take a peek at Beto too. Love your content. Thank you, Danzabob. You gave me 20... You gave me 20 pounds. But you didn't give me your UID. They do another message? Okay. So yeah, Danzabob, if you're listening, if you're still here, I'll wait for you to see if you can get your UID right now. But if you're not here, feel free to DM me on Discord, and I can take a peek at your stuff. So, but yeah, I do not have the ability to pull up your profile without the UID, unfortunately. So I'll wait. Well, hopefully we'll see Danzabob still here, but maybe they're gone. Whoopsies. Okay, Fear and Love. Fear and Love gave me like 3 different donos. Thank you. You did it too many times. But Fear and Love. You didn't actually say which ones you wanted me to review. I think. Nope, you didn't say anything. You for some reason you just said Fear and Love every time you donated. Love and Fear. So, we will look at all of them. Considering you gave me like, I think you gave me like $20 total, so I'll look at all your characters. Oh god, a season's Arlecchino. Oh gosh. You're over capped on crit rate by 0.8%. Are you even trying? No, it looks like a pretty... It's season's Arlecchino, as they're even to say. It's a good Arlecchino build. So, yep. I don't know what else like, you could improve it, but it's a Whimsy build. This is about as good as my Whimsy build. Maybe slightly... No, it's about as good as my Whimsy build. I have a little bit less crit rate, you have a little bit more crit damage. Same difference. You have a little bit more EM too. It's a very good Whimsy build. C2EI, Skyward Atlas, this is a very good crit ratio for Skyward Atlas, all things considered. A good crit rate circlet might be better, but it's like, it's on the line. Of course, this is a 4-piece troop, golden troop build. It's not how I like to use EI, because I like to use EI on field a little bit in a bunch of different teams. So I don't usually enjoy... Like, I've tested her on Golden Troop, and I'm just like... Yeah, it's like slightly better. It feels slightly better for her off-field damage, but then anytime I want to on-field her, I want to change the build. And it's just like, eh. Also, 0 EM Yai build is kind of sad. I will say. Because 0 EM Yai, if you wanted to, like, use her like with, you know, a Dendro unit and Furina, do some Quick Bloom Yai on field. I like doing Quick Bloom Yai. You're not really getting very good Quick Bloom damage with 0 EM, right? But it's not terrible still. It's not, you don't have to have EM technically. It's just a little bit unfortunate. Another part of the reason I like 2-piece combos is because you can get 2-piece EM, you can get a good chunk of EM. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So anyways, it's a good Yai build by all means with Skyward Atlas, but not my preference is all. So, anyways. You've done good in Arla. Done my best in Arla, but not finished it. I mean, yeah, this seems very good. I don't... You're at the point where I don't think it's really worth continuing farming for. Other than for, you know, because we are human, we have monkey brain, and like one more high crit damage roll means you have 200 crit damage, then that's a stopping point, I think. once you get one more crit damage roll. But... Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, too many dead stats, that's fair. It's not that bad, though. It's still a very good for a Whimsy build. But I get it. C6 Elon on 4-piece emblem. Furina with no ER. C2. I mean, you have 100% crit rate. I'm sorry for skipping Yulon. But like, I mean, Emilie now has 58 crit rate with the same circlet. LOL. I managed to roll some good stats. Wow, nice, congrats. I think the most fun things to do with C6 Yulon are not emblem builds, is what I would say. But this is obviously a good emblem build on C6 Yulon, obviously. But you know, I enjoy doing my Yulon with her constellations with forward vape Yulon, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. I done a very minor, never recorded this because I didn't think it was that interesting. Very minor things with like the C6 Yulon teams that use like Mona. I tested very briefly and it was fine. Like doing 2-piece HP, 2-piece Hydro combos kind of thing. So like I honestly think 2-piece combos and weird niche builds are much more fun on Yulon, because like her constellation is going to make her do so much more damage. Like I ran her on a Gilded Dreams build that just had an ER timepiece and Gilded Dreams, and then all I had to do if I wanted to switch for a while, like all I wanted to do was switch between a build that was usable for just generic Hydro support off-field utility, like normal utility, was switching between an ER timepiece and an HP timepiece on Gilded Dreams, and the constellations increased her damage enough that she was doing just as much damage as an invested normal emblem Yulon build would do that's lower constellation. Like I never needed her to do that much more damage in a normal emblem build. So I got much more fun out of putting her on different, more unconventional builds. Not that it's a bad build or anything. It's obviously a very good Yulon build. But anyways, what are you doing with Furina though? I do not like. Sorry. If you want to listen to this stream at all, Fear and Love, you already know. Where's your ER? It's just sad. I'm sorry. It just looks sad. Yeah, like, yeah, the crit rate is cool, I guess, but like, you're not bursting on this Furina. And like having all the crit in the world doesn't matter if you're losing uptime on her damage bonus. I'm sorry. C6 Causal, Jesus Christ. You need to calm down with your constellations. Are you insane, C6 and Xiao? Do you didn't realize how much money that cost? No. Yep, is the C6 Causal build. You have a very good, healthy amount of ER. I am surprised you haven't gone like the hybrid route for like Animo Goblet or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. You can definitely do fun shenanigans with C6 Kazuha, but it's also not that crazy or anything by any means. So, it's just a normal Kazuha build, honestly. Yep, is a Xingqiu build. It is a Raiden build. A little bit of ER, but you know, it's fine. I would do Bloom Raiden over this build, but if that's the way you want to play Raiden like, it's fine. Another good Rust build. Yeah, it's a pretty good Rust build. Alright. Thank you, Fear and Love. Is there something I missed that you want me to look at closer? Since you donated like 4 times. Gust, your Furina is almost the opposite of this one. 56 crit rate, 66 crit damage, with over 220 energy recharge. I like your Furina more. Yeah, sorry, Fear. I like ER on Furina. Alright, Rosurica. Let's do yours. Clorinde, Linny, Xiao, ISO. Alright. Whoops. More donations. Oh god. I'm never gonna be free. Oh no. Thank you, Teddy. We'll get to it soon. Alright, Clorinde. Absolution. Nice. I mean, yep, it's a good 2-piece build. Obviously, you can move forwards 4-piece Thundering Fury eventually, maybe. The fact that you have these good of pieces in your flower and your circlet on Thundering Fury already, to me, means you might actually already have a 4-piece Thundering Fury build that might be worthwhile. Might. Over doing 2-piece. But yeah, I don't know. If you really like Clorinde, I think it might, like, just on the principle of it giving you more zoop uptime, I feel like I would run Thundering Fury on her, most likely. So can you also check out the ER on your Furina? Ah. Wow. You have enough ER for most teams. Not all teams. Sometimes. It's an ER timepiece. If this was this much ER without an ER timepiece, it'd be perfectly fine. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Is 4-piece Thundering better or Whimsy? Whimsy is technically better. But Thundering Fury can let you just kind of like get another Zoop Zoop sequence, I think, after the one Zoop Zoop sequence is done, is I think the main idea. And it's Whimsy is not that much better than 4-piece Thundering Fury. And I don't know, I just on the principle of it letting you play her in a more smooth way and just immediately get an additional skill on her, I think I like the idea of Thundering Fury on her a lot more. So if you're working on farming Whimsy right now, you know, what you should do, not looking at just the damage, but looking on just like how it feels for you to play, just force the 4-piece set bonus, even if you don't have a good feather and timepiece in 4-piece Thundering Fury. Force the 4-piece set bonus and see how it feels. See how you like that additional skill cooldown, those additional skills. See if it lines up in a way that you think is really enjoyable for the teams you're playing with on Clorinde, right? Is how you can determine if it's worth it to you. Is 220 ER not good for any team on Furina? I mean, it is. But this weapon, I know, like, this weapon does not really add that much functional energy for Furina, because it only, what does it do? I think it's like for 5 seconds or something stupid. Let me just go look it up. Is that right? Yeah. So yeah, it's 5 seconds. Yeah, so it gives you 30% extra ER for 5 seconds. She generates energy not... Can I switch my tabs? There we go. She generates energy not just in the first 5 seconds of her burst, or first 5 seconds of her skill. It's basically only like an extra single ER roll, not an extra 30 is functionally what it was. It exists, but my point is there might be some teams where there's not enough ER. No, there's not going to be that many contests where it's that big of an issue, though. It depends on the team, ultimately. What was that a team? Or Linny, Xiao, Ayato. Okay, yeah, anyways. Yeah, so consider 4-piece Thundering Fury. Test around, see how it is. Linny, 2-piece. It's a very good 2-piece Aqua build. Yeah, C1. I forgot what a C1 does. Yeah, I mean, it's not an MH build, right? Obviously, a lot of people use MH on him. Again, for the clunkiness of how the passive work, or how he triggers the passive ability on 4-piece MH, having to gain HP, I think he has time where some of his hits do not get the crit rate benefit significantly. Like, he doesn't maintain full stacks in the same way that, like, Neuvillette easily maintains full stacks on MH, right? So, a 2-piece build that can be completely compelling on him. It's likely that I would consider doing that on him versus 4-piece MH, depending on what my stuff looks like. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty dang good Linny build, I think. Yeah, I don't know, right? You could consider trying MH if you have it, to be clear. Right. I do have an MH, but this one does better subs, has better subs and felt clunky for me. Yeah, so that's exactly what I was talking about, right? So, yeah, if this feels better to you, yeah, this looks like a very good build. I don't know what his ER needs look like, but you have a good chunk of ER too, which is nice. I don't think you had to burst consistently on him, if I recall correctly. I don't think his burst is that relevant. Xiao ISO, but also look at Yai, because I like Yai. 2-piece Yai build. I like it. Good Yai build with Solar Pearl. Solar Pearl's not the greatest weapon for her, but it's not terrible. It's a stat stick. Good Yai. I like it. Could use like a Widzez with a crit rate circle. It could be better for her, though. Itto. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good heart of Itto, I think. You got a very nice, perfect, like 1-to-2, 90, 180 crit ratio. What a world. I mean, technically, I think probability theory, I think at 90% crit rate, the ratio is more like 1 to 2.5 technically, or 1 to 3. No, it's 1 to 2.5, I think. But, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm just being a stupid math dummy. Yep. I mean, yeah, it's a good build. There's not much you can improve here. I don't think, realistically. How many forms you still have? I mean, oh boy, I think like at least 6 or 7. We're gonna go through this a little bit faster, maybe. Very good Neuvillette. Widget is your FC1. Only concern is, yeah, Widget with this ER might not be enough in some teams. But being that you have C1, I think it's more likely you're doing double hydro things. So, you know, because, I don't know, I think a C1 is boring. Luck gifted once a Luna membership. Wow, thank you, Luck. Irene was gifted membership. Congrats. Can you take a look at Ayaka too? Oh my gosh. Fine, I'll look at it very briefly. Did I look at Xiao already? I didn't look at Xiao. This is a good Xiao build. It's better than what I'd use on him. You have a very healthy amount of ER. Yeah, this is a very good 2-piece build. I like that you're doing a lot of 2-piece builds. I like it a lot. I think you're emblematic of a player that, like, you understand that you can get more value from 2-piece builds oftentimes than you would get from a 4-piece build relative to the difficulty of acquiring, like, 4-piece Vermilion on Xiao, right? Wait, you have an attack percent goblet? Oh, I didn't even notice that. There's a pretty good attack percent goblet. Yeah, I don't know. Like, when it's an onset goblet, right? Especially if you're doing Furina with Xiao. I don't think it's as bad as, yeah, people might think. Yeah, not ideal, necessarily, by any means. Especially with Bennett. But if you're doing like, Cloud Retainer, Farazon, C6, Furina, like, no Bennett Xiao, it's, again, like, having less... The attack has more relative value when you don't have, like, Bennett buff, right? So, oops. Yeah. This is a very good Ayaka. I don't think there's much to say about the Ayaka other than, like, you might need more ER than this in some teams. Might. Bursting is obviously pretty important on Ayaka. You can't type messages when you gift channel membership, only super chats. Darn. Oh. Luck, you didn't... Yeah, Luck. What's your UID, Luck? Well, I'll just do yours. Alright, Shion. How much ER would you recommend? Ayaka? I don't know. Go look up KQM's guide. KQM, Ayaka. There you go. Why is... What? What? Okay, whatever. And then you can go to... where's the ER needs? Like mastering Ayaka's playstyle, energy. Oh yeah, there's energy management goofiness, right? Yeah, go read like KQM's guide, whatever, right? So ER requirements: 1 cryo teammate, 140, 160 with R5 Aminoma, basically no ER, and then a certain amount less depending on Favonius's. There you go. KQM's ER recommendations are generally fairly accurate, generally speaking. Yeah, we're gonna look at Lux quick just so I don't lose it, and then I will go. Sorry, Shion, if you're watching right now. Otherwise, if you're in the VOD, you will be next. All right. What do you want me to look at, Luck? Oh, Shion's still here, just so it doesn't get lost. Nice. Pretty good MH build. Oh God, you have a C. I just noticed C6. Jesus. C6. Risley. Very nice. Wow. Wow. Look at this crit ratio with his ER. Wow. Crazy. You're actually like it actually makes sense for you to use this weapon. So many people have a build that just doesn't actually make sense to use this weapon on. It's like, yeah. Why Risley though? Why Risley? Toma and Rio? Ooh, as a staff of Toma. Nice. I like it. What be Sheamus? Wait, you do like C6 Bennett or something? Is that your goal? C6 Bennett, just charge attack away with Toma? Spinny charge attack. Pretty low for Furina HP. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Trust me, not with that build. Yep, with triple crown, nice. I like it. Yeah, just it's a bad Hu Tao, to be clear, but a bad Hu Tao is probably a more fun Hu Tao. So, not to mention he also can do VV. Like one interesting thing you can do with like a C6 Bennett. Well, actually, if you're doing Bennett, it doesn't really matter. I was gonna say you could do VV setups easier, with Toma, versus like Hu Tao usually just doesn't do VV things, right? But yeah, anyways, I like it. I like it. Oh yeah, Rio. So Rio, we'll look more closely. I'm assuming you're doing a melt Rio with the EM timepiece. Still, it's a lot of attack. Look how much attack he has. Oh, I see. So, okay, attack goblet. Again, for like this good of a goblet with attack goblet main stat, with this good of substats, and it's attack goblet on set, so it enables a good off piece. It's more than worth potentially using, especially if you're not playing with Bennett. I don't know if you're playing with Bennett or not, but yeah, this is a pretty dang good Rio build, I think. Not many dead stats. This is a juicy circlet. I can't believe I have such terrible circlet luck. Even my lucky circlet I got for Navia yesterday, which did enable me to do 4 pieces of Navia set, was still just like, it's okay. It's pretty okay. It's pretty fine. But nothing crazy. Alright. I love DPSing supports for last slot in DPS. Yeah, I agree. Particularly if you have enough ER to still get like you still have a good chunk of he'll still do some shielding, right? Especially with the triple crown. Assuming he bursts consistently. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I like it. Use Rio with Bennett and Kazuha and Nahida, so that's why I run the attack goblet, because your cryo ones are terrible. Yep. That's fair. Makes sense. Alright. Thank you, luck. Where is Shion's? Copy Shion's. Okay. You know what? I guess I can remove the thingy from the pin message. So, for anyone rejoining, I'm just doing donation ones now. Because I didn't mean to delete the message. I just meant to unpin, but that's fine. I'm just doing. I like how it has a pinned to deleted message there. I'm just doing donation ones. The first 3 hours of stream was switching between like doing random ones and donation ones. Alright, so this is Shion's. You wanted compare goblets on Nuvi. Okay, please feel free to look at others as well. 120 days in this game. Okay, yeah, that makes sense with AR56. This is a good build for yeah. Good tenacity build with C6. Wow, nice. Toma. Furina. Fav. Yawn. It's the best Furina build I've seen. No, not technically the best Furina build as far as like damage output. And obviously, you know, she could use a more talent levels on her burst. But look at that ER. Look at that ER. How much to request a review? I don't have any dollar amount I'm putting on the review request right now. I might in the future to save my sanity so that people don't do like 50-cent donations or whatever. Your Furina build is 180 ER okay with her signature? I mean, it depends on the team. 180 ER with her signature is probably enough for a lot of teams. Not necessarily everyone. There's definitely teams where I have seen 180 ER not be enough. But, you know, it depends. What was it saying? Oh yeah, anyways, I like your Furina build. She can burst consistently, that's what's important. Kazuha. Discount Kazuha, but also sometimes better than Kazuha in relatively uncommon situations. I like it. Good VV build on her. Not leveled artifacts, so it doesn't have her full EM, whatever. Yep, that's a Jean build. Nothing insane. Jean, I think, can get away with less ER than this, so you could probably go to it. Because in this case, the 32% ER on Flipsunje? I can't say it, I'm sorry. Is she generates particles right after a skill, right? So she catches those particles gets the 32% bonus ER. So this gene functionally has 260 ER. And that means you probably don't need an ER timepiece, realistically, is my guess, in most teams. Right. I mean, this Xingqiu applies Hydro. Alright, Neuvillette Goblet. That's the main thing you wanted me to look at. Look at that, exactly 36,000 HP. Alright, so, you know, it makes sense to level the Goblet, right? But also, you have exactly 36,000 HP. I think there's a strong argument to never touch this build ever again. like if you're clearing the content anyways, you have a healthy amount of ER. It's like, you know, yeah, sure, you can get a couple more crit rolls or whatever, but like, is the crit rolls gonna be the difference between you clearing the content or not? Probably not. And it gives you 36,000 HP. Exactly. And that's just satisfying. So, maybe another option is a 4-star Hydra with only HP % as a good substat. Is it better? That's a good question. I think it would depend on if this levels into crit at all. Like if this gets, because this is level 15, right? So if you did level this and lose the satisfying 36,000 HP, yeah, it's the best Neuvillette build so far just because of that. But if you were gonna lose the 36,000 HP and you got 2 crit rolls, like if it was like, you know, it doesn't even matter because you're not overcapped crit rate. So crit rate or crit damage rolls, particularly like high rolls, right? You get like 10% crit rate maybe, whatever, or 20% crit damage. This is probably better than your Hydro Goblet. But if that Hydro Goblet rolls a bunch into HP and this doesn't get any more crit rolls, then potentially the Hydro Goblet. Also, the ER might be relevant. It might not. It depends on the teams you're playing them in. I personally would probably lean towards this Goblet right now because of that ER more than anything else, actually. Because, yeah, just getting his burst back consistently is nice. So, yeah. That's kind of my take on it. Depending on how it rolls, it's possible that for his total damage output, and if you have enough ER, the HP Goblet might be better. But I don't think it's better enough to bother with, is my guess. It's already maxed out and it has 11% HP. Oh. Probably not, then, is my guess. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. This is probably better. And again, I think it's largely the ER is a difference maker here. But again, depends on if this gets crit rolls, especially. You can compare it, though. If you have 2 different goblets, compare it, right? It's at least worth taking this to 16 as far as seeing if it gets another crit roll, or even an ER roll might be relevant. Yeah, I'm guessing this one is better. But it depends. It's not worth throwing this one away, especially because 36,000 HP. So, anyways, if you're playing with Furina, then the ER rolls might be a little bit less relevant, but I still doubt that the Hydro Goblet is that relevant. Most likely. Going to do people's how's reviews. How reviews were submitted before you said you were only doing donation reviews? What do you mean? I for 3 hours in this stream, I was doing randoms. I was randoming. Like I was splitting between at minimum doing every other was a random, and I did. And at the start of the stream, I didn't do just donations. I did several randoms, I think. So, like, I don't know. I don't know how to what to tell you. The first several hours of the stream was me doing randoms. Yeah, we're not doing any more randoms because I'm just trying to end the stream now. I want to end the stream eventually. So I'm trying to get through my donations because people paid for those. Lily. I think Lily said they had to leave, but I might... Here, what time is it? It is 3:53 in my stream. 3:53. 45. Lily! Alright. But I think Lily said they had to leave, so I want to put a pin thing in my comments for that too. I did her by random. Oh, did I really? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's really funny. Oh yeah. Yeah. I forgot that happened. Okay. Well, we don't need to do Lily's. Never mind. And I don't need to do a pin message for that. Alright, sweet. Helen's. Wait, Helen didn't give me their UID. Oh no, I think Helen did another dono because they forgot their UID, right? Yep. Thank you for the donos. Alright, Helen. What was it? I literally deleted from my brain immediately, I'm sorry. Scaramouche and Nahida, and anyone else you want to. Alright. Scara. Wizard. Relatable crit rate. Yeah, with a really good crit rate circlet, you might be... Your average damage might be higher with a crit rate circlet versus the crit damage circlet. Might. It'd have to be a good crit rate circlet, though. With this high investment of a build, realistically. Other than that, it seems very good. I don't think there's much to say about it. It's a very good Wanderer build. It's got a few minor dead stats, but like it hardly matters, I don't think. Alright, and again, like with Wanderer, a big part of the difference is going to be... This is a C0 Wanderer. Helen, you... I don't know if Helen's here right now, but you very well... Oh, hi Helen, you are here. Thank you, sorry for the wait. You very well may not have C6 Flowers on. Do you have C6 Flowers on? But like that's realistically the difference maker for so much of the difference in like how good Wanderer's going to feel in like Abyss in any given situation, just down to whether you have C6 Flowers on or not. That's kind of the state of Animo crit DPSs, unfortunately. As far as the end game hardest content goes, at least. So, like, optimizing the build, farming more for it doesn't really matter in my opinion. But obviously getting more crit rate could be nice for you. Your most likely avenue towards that is actually just a goblet, though. Because you might just get a double crit Animo Goblet randomly when farming bosses in the future, or in Strongbox, and then you could have, you know, if it rolls twice into crit rate, you have 70% crit rate, and whatever, right? And then you can still use your cracked circlet. That's what I think would be the ideal for you in the future. So it's not really worth farming for. But yeah. Bye Shion, thanks for joining. Can you build Hybrid Raiden with Engulfing Lightning? Yeah, you can, Luck. You can. You want like EM main stat timepiece at minimum with a bunch of crit substats. And that's a bit rough. And then ideally probably a goblet too. I did calcs with Engulfing Lightning was the weapon that competed the closest to Staff of Scarlet Sands when I did calculations for it. But it required much more of the rare substats compared to Staff of Scarlet Sands, meaning you needed more of a diverse distribution of substats. How would you submit our builds? Right now I'm just finishing up doing donations before I end the stream because I've been doing this for hours. But I will probably do these weekly is my guess. And I might change the balance to be clear. I'll hopefully make this work better next time. And I might change the balance of how I balance doing donations versus non-donations. But I think right now the most fair way to do it is how I did it this stream, every other kind of thing. So, Stranger, if you want, like, feel free to post your build or whatever, your profile on my Discord server and ask for help there. I have a build hub channel. You can throw your UID in. And anyone, me maybe if I have time, but right now I'm gonna have to take a break, I think. Who else do I have to look at? Nahida. Yeah, this is a very good Nahida build. This is a very, very good Nahida build. As far as Nahida's personal damage contribution goes, at least. Even have a good chunk of ER. Wow. Oh, it's Guild of Dreams, I just noticed. Okay, interesting. So, like, the downside of Guild of Dreams Nahida is, like, okay, now you want someone else on Deepwood in the team, which is kind of awful, in my opinion. As far as balancing out her, like, it's just like you can gain meaningful additional damage from doing like 4-piece Golden Troop, right, for the skill damage bonus, or 4-piece Gilded Dreams, but then someone else has to be on Deepwood, and that sucks. And she's a perfect Deepwood user. That's the biggest downside. But as far as maximizing Nahida's damage goes, this is a very good build. Overall, because just in case anyone doesn't remember, you get free crit rate for having EM on her. So that's part of the reason I think EM Goblet tends to be competitive with Dendro Goblet, use that free crit rate. And actually, with your Dendro Goblet not being particularly insane, I would actually use an EM Goblet over a Dendro Goblet personally. Because the EM Goblet would at least... EM Goblet with bad, like, no relevant substats would at least convert to some free crit, right? Free crit rate is why, and then it would also buff the team more, potentially. So, that's my perspective on it, at least. But I don't think this is dysfunctional by any means. I ran out of EM Goblets, so I feel that, yeah. I missed your live look at my stuff, but thank you. My cause was in Animo, because I have no EM stuff. That's fair. That makes sense. Yep. Yep. EM Goblet's pain. You lost pity to Aquila, to Aqua 2 times. Sorry. 1 for Emilie Weapon, one for Wolf's Gravestone. I'm sorry. Rip Weapon Banner. Yep. Weapon Banner's pain. Hopefully you can actually get utility out of Aqua. Alright, let's glance through other things quick. Good Neuvillette. Good Furina. Yep. It's a cat. She's on Deepwood. Is a supportive cat build, looks like. Yep. Good. Well, it's a hybrid supportive. Gets some occasional decent burst damage. I like it. Might want a crit rate circlet. Might want a crit rate circlet there is my guess. But if you don't have one, I don't think it's technically dysfunctional. It's just a little bit inconsistent. 50-50 on every hit. Relatable. I mean, it's technically 1-to-2 ratio, but this is the kind of crit ratio where it's like, wait a minute. Oh, you're actually running EM timepiece. Interesting. But this is the kind of ratio where it's like, how much better is it to just run the right main stats and not bother with crit at all? Because then you have hyper consistency, right? When you have no crit, you're very consistent. But anywho's, you do have a crit rate circle from your Emilia? Nice, yeah. I mean, try it out, right? See how you do, like... ideally when in the best resets, maybe when there's like a boss you can just fight easily, but like... Well, I don't know. Or just test against like the local legends maybe, and see how much their health bar goes down in like a normal rotation or 2 rotations or whatever, and then compare that, and you can try to like record the time and whatever, but kind of thing, yeah. Just like doing a normal rotation though, and comparing how much the health bar goes down in a set amount of rotations to the local legends is a decent in-game way to test out DPS without having to do like calculations or anything. So you only use Raiden for the skill. Fair. Engulfing Lightning get a lot of use then. That's great. I love it. You might want some more EM then in that context, but that's funny. Yep, I like what you got going on. Ooh, look at that ER. Good lord. Oh, you're running 2... What is going on? What is happening to your poor Yelan? Is this just a troll Yelan build like I do? Well, to be clear, I'm not trolling with my Yelan build. I'm doing it on purpose to power her down for when I use her for videos. I purposely have her on defense % circlet. And not good goblet. You don't know. You just don't know. I mean, look, she has some HP, and she has enough ER, and she has some crit. She's not doing nothing, technically. Technically. Okay. Thank you, Ellen. Alright. Blissy Bean. Sorry for the wait. If you're here. Let's see. Blissy Bean, Furina, and Barbara Flex. Okay, we'll look at Barbara a second. Wow. I like the 66.6% crit rate. I think that's forgivable to have a scuff crit ratio when you have something satisfying like 666. Yep, this is a very good Furina build. Oh, I just noticed you're running triple HP. Interesting. I don't like triple HP Furina. Triple HP Furina is not unusable by any means. The problem is that you need to, like, the relationship of Furina, how valuable Furina's buff can be and how fast you can get it. You want to be able to heal all of your teammates, right? And if you have really tanky, a lot of HP teammates, it's harder to heal them, right? Like, because she gives damage bonus as a percentage of how much of a percentage of HP that she was healed. So it's interesting. I would definitely run a crit rate circlet, probably. or an ER circlet. You might say, what's an ER circlet? Well, an ER circlet is a circlet that has like 30 ER on it. Not that those are very common, but anywho's, you get the point, I think. This is a very good Furina build, obviously. Why did you triple crown her? I guess I respect it, I guess. But, yeah. Anywho's. It's interesting. You just sometimes might have that issue of not... other than ER, I've talked about ER enough, but... Oh, lighting just updated my game in the background. Yeah, I don't know. You just might have an issue of you have slightly less healing on Furina, which means, you know, less damage bonus. Is it significant enough to matter that much? Not really. And it depends what your other circlet options were. I would probably personally definitely use more ER than this, so like my joke of using an ER circlet was not really that much of a joke. I would personally prefer a circlet that has a bunch of ER over this circlet, but if it's good enough for you, it doesn't matter, right? So, yeah. Sorry, yeah, it's ER sans. Yeah, it's not triple ER. If I said triple ER, but HP goblet, HP circlet, right? So it's fine. It's not really a problem. It just... I have found I don't prefer it on her, despite having the option to do it, and tested it, is all I'm really saying. Barbara, yeah, Barbara. This is a pretty dang strong Barbara, I think. What team are you using Barbara in? Also, you're farming Whimsy. Rip. Because I love her. That's fine. That's fair. That's fair. I didn't say fine. That's fair. Ooh, god dang, yeah. Itto's ER needs are kind of weird. I think he might need more ER than that in some contexts, but it depends. Oh wait, C6. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Lol. How to join queue for account. Right now I'm just finishing up donations before I end the stream, but when I do future streams there is a random selection process with a form. But right now. No way. Sorry, Rabio. But you can try to join a future stream, subscribe or whatever. Or not. Anywho's, yep, this is a pretty good Barbara, I think. Nice thing about Barbara not generating energy is when you do DPS Barbara, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is obviously a vape charge attack Barbara. This is so much EM substats, by the way. I thought it was an EM timepiece for a second, but no. It's just 180 CM. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's all the EM. That's funny. I like it. Obviously a little bit inconsistent, but you're doing DPS, Barbara. It's fine. You do it because you like it. I am subscribed. I hate YouTube. Sorry. Yeah, YouTube is like, oh, you don't watch every one of these person's videos? We're not going to notify you, even if you press the notification. Why? Okay. It's like, okay, thanks. Thanks, YouTube. I should continue. I'm taking too long to do this. I just have thoughts, and I ramble thoughts. Tiny, have a look at your EULA and other units. Oh boy. Well. You know, these two things are questionable. But also, you know, this is questionable. It's a C6. I didn't realize that was actually blocked by the chat. You could probably tell just by the fact that it was C4, though. Oh, it's Marsha Says. I didn't even realize. Derp. My bad. I should, you'd think I would have noticed that, considering, you know, I played Mars. You. Yeah, the ER is still potentially not great, but Mars just says heavily makes it not a problem. The crit rate not a problem, obviously. It's much more crit rate than most EULAs have. So yeah, too much crit rate for C6 EULA, true. So you're actually using a good EULA build. Other than ER maybe being an issue, but it depends. Because, you know, Fav and things exist, so maybe it's fine. This is a kind of cracked out EULA. Look how much attack percent there is. That's a lot. You have very little dead stats on this. A little bit of relatable HP rolls there, but nothing crazy. A little bit sad that this was a 4-line and had 2 HP rolls, though. Yep. That's a good EULA build. Good EULA build. Other units? Alright, we'll blaze through other units. 4-piece golden troop Eula. Interesting. Or Eula. Verdict. Verdict Navia. 4-piece golden troop. I like it. Very interesting. They're running 100% crit rate. This person is the anti-Eula. They follow Eula is love, Eula is life, but they don't follow the doctrines of the normal Eula peoples, where you run 2% crit rate. What does her burst cost? If I recall, 80. So, streams usually this long. I do often stream for 4 hours plus, but this is mostly just me wanting to make sure I get through the paid ones, and like people paid money for it, so I'm gonna go through. Like, I don't want to steal money from people. I don't want to. If people are gonna donate for me to look at their characters, I'm gonna look at their characters. Anywho's, yeah, 80 burst costs. I thought. Anywho's, key on Furina, very nice. C6, Jesus, okay. Okay. But not C6 Kave, how dare you. Relatable Hu Tao. Oh wait, no, another Mars to say Hu Tao. Okay, never mind. I'm getting baited. I'm just assuming it wasn't a normal Hu. Wasn't an MH Hu Tao. This is a very good Hu Tao then. Okay, an MH Hu Tao. Alright. Damn. That's a very good Glad build. Yeah. You're not even using key on her. Nice. I respect it. I like it. I don't use it either. My key is very... If my key is anywhere, it's most often on my Furina or it's not being used at all. So, yeah. I like it. This is a good key build other than the fact that, you know, ER, but you also C4. This is still probably not enough ER for solo Hydra with C4. C4 is not that much energy refunding. But, you know, I don't know. It's fine, I think. It's not the build I would use in C6 Furina, because any amount of artifacts is too many artifacts for a C6 Furina. But it's a C6 Furina. Yep. Oh yeah, Mars to say Furina. You're just using Mars to say on everyone. I got baited again by Mars to say 3 times. 3 times you managed to yoink me with Mars to say on characters. God dang it. But yeah, it is C6. Again, Mars to say with C6 Furina I don't think actually makes sense. Like just use a normal build on Furina. And then you, because she's still going to be off field a lot of times. Like you don't stay on field with her for 10 seconds straight with C6 Furina. You stay on field for like 3 extra seconds. Or maybe like 5. So, anywho's, yeah. that's my take. But if you like it because it lets you get slightly more big arse numbers from Furina occasionally, you know, you do you, right? What if you're using her on Candace? I mean, sure, but she's attack scaling for her normal attacks that aren't her C6 ability. So, you know, enjoy your enjoy your 1200 base attacks scaling normal attacks. You can do it if you want to, don't let me stop you, but it's not very good. Alright. I only have 2 more, guys. I'm almost free. No, I only have 1 more. Teddy, it's your time. I only have 1 more. Thank you, Teddy, for a donation. Because the last one on here was luck. I will refresh my super chat pages in case it's broken. Alright. Alhaitham and Ganyu, huh? Why ER timepiece? Are you doing hybrid Alhaitham? Are you doing... I missed you? Did I? I'm sorry. Where? I did miss you. God, I'm so sorry, sweetie. Sweetie, LOL. Oops. Yeah, I'm sorry. I definitely did just miss you. My bad. I found it. Here, just let me open it up on another page. Why did that have someone else saved? There we go. Okay. Sorry. If I missed anyone else, feel free to let me know. Alright, we're gonna finish Teddy's though, since I was doing it. Anyways, your characters are bad. That's why you're using... I didn't do you either, Brain J. Oh my god, what's wrong with that brain? How did I skip this mini? I'm sorry. Okay, we're not done. Alright. Jesus Christ. Did I miss anybody else? Alright. Brink. There we go. I stay in the mines. Oh god, okay, alright, so what are we looking at? Alhaitham and Ganyu. So yeah, I mean the ER timepiece is obviously not ideal. It's got a lot of crit. If you're doing weird Alhaitham like I did with Raiden, you know, maybe it actually makes sense. But other than that, it's interesting that you're not, like, I would still test out an EM timepiece, by the way, just if it's has bad substats. Like, you might be overly stressing on it needing to get, like, the best substats possible, versus, again, just prioritizing the right main stat. With how much crit this gives, it's possible an EM main stat with 0 crit is not going to be relevant at all versus this one. But it might be still. It might actually be surprisingly competitive since the ER is doing nothing. Like, just try it, right? Try a bad EM timepiece and see what it does. But I'd assume you might have an EM timepiece with some other relevant stats with attack percent, ER substat, 1 crit roll kind of thing. But because other than that, like, you have really good artifacts. Like, it tells me you farmed enough that you probably have gotten something that actually might have been more usable than you might expect. Is my guess. Because, yeah, this in most Alhaitham teams does not make sense. In the vast majority of them. Other than that, though, really good Alhaitham build. Just the timepiece. And it's an off piece, so, like, I feel like you should be able to fix that sooner rather than later, but still have to maybe get lucky. Because EM, yay. EM timepiece, rarity, yay. 5%, no, it's, sorry, 10% drop rate. Ganyu. 4-piece Wanderer's Troop. You're a little bit low on crit rate, I think. You haven't finished leveling up this, to be fair, and you do potentially get a little bit of free crit rate from her passive, which is something. But it's definitely, I'd say, a little bit low on crit rate for a Mount Ganyu. It's kind of the Amos bow experience. But if you're not worried about optimizing around the RNG and Abyss, this is a really good build otherwise. You have a high, very, very high amount of damage relevant stats with the EM you've got here. And a very good amount of attack, obviously. Because, you know, duh. But of course, the consistency is low. Oh, it's a 4-star circlet. Ah, I see. It didn't look like a 4-star circlet with that crit damage roll, to be honest. I definitely thought this was a 5-star circlet. And that makes slightly more sense. This is a very good 4-star circlet. So yeah, other than the crit rate, like, it was actually a really good build. But, you know, the timepiece could obviously, like, it might be worth, if you see a timepiece that's attack percent with just crit rate, it's worth leveling those pieces up. You know, losing the 20, like, if you get a timepiece with just crit rate subset, no crit damage, losing the 24 crit damage might be rough, but gaining the consistency of having something that has, you know, I don't know, 10% or more crit rate may be very well worth it. And then, of course, getting a 5-star circlet would help as well. So yeah, it's not terrible there, honestly, though. Especially considering that circlet. And it just means you just get to live in R, and you just get to live the 50-50 experience in Abyss. Which is, you know, not my preference, but anywho's. Yeah, let's go and do was Brink J, or Brink J, or who was it? It was Brink J and the other one. Frick. I don't know. Whose was the Sixtros? I don't know, whatever. Whose was this? Was this? Frick me. I'm sorry, whose was this? I don't, this is Brink's. I found Brink's message. Was this Tiny's? No, we did Tiny. Oh my god. It's yours, sweetie, lol. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to find your message. Again, I lost it again. There we go. I found it. Jesus. Oh, I'm losing my sanity. C5 Wander. Okay, Scaramouche and Layla. Alright, let's look at Layla first. Nice. I mean, this looks like a fairly standard supportive tenacity build with, you know, a rare instance of occasionally you will see a weirdly large number from her burst, maybe. So, aka a standard Layla build with some crit. I like it. I don't think there's much to be said other than that, to be honest. You could maybe, like, for triggering Fab more consistently, it may be worth putting a crit rate circlet on if you don't need the shielding, right? But that is a downside, of course. You know, less shielding, more Fab procs. That's kind of it. But it might be more enjoyable to you to see more crits from her too. So, might be worth trying, but might not be worth. Depends on your preference, right? Don't have ER problem. No, the problem isn't ER on her. I'm talking ER, like, proccing Fab is ER for someone else, right? So if you run low ER on your Furina, which you don't, if you run low ER on your Furina, and you, not that Furina and Layla's a very common combo, but point being, right, Fab procs can reduce your energy for other characters. So even if she doesn't need the Fab particles, your other characters may gain value from it, right? Is kind of the idea. So, and then she could gain value from just, hey, you might enjoy seeing some big numbers from her more often. But it just depends. So, yeah. If you prefer the more tankiness, this is a perfectly good build. I don't think there's really anything that meaningfully change about it, realistically. Right? No one is low on ER? Yeah. So if you didn't have any ER extra, like, times you're like, I really wish I had a couple extra particles there to get my Wanderer burst or whatever, then it doesn't matter. So, yeah, I was just mentioning it as the only potential option for improvement. This is the best Wanderer build I think we've seen. Saw a lot of Wanderers this stream. And this one is 1, 2, 3. If we count that, I mean, your timepiece is not the greatest relative to your other pieces, because your other pieces are ridiculous. Like, your other pieces are absolutely cracked. So the timepiece just looks relatable by comparison, but it's still not a bad timepiece. By any means. Yeah, as a cracked Wanderer, I think this is the best Wanderer in the stream by far. It's not even close, I think. So, congrats. Why did you stop at C5? I'm curious. Were you trying to get C6 and with like just free to play wishes, or did you just decide to stop because like you had spent too much money? You're almost free to play. Oh, okay. So you just didn't get there quite. Well, I mean, at least it shouldn't be that hard for you to plan around getting the next one. So that's cool. I respect it. I respect anyone that goes for a C6 is that's like low spender free to play. I really respect that because like you gotta sacrifice so many characters that you could have gotten otherwise to get a C6. So, is 250 crit damage possible? I mean, possible, sure, but you're gonna sacrifice a lot of crit rate. So, like we're talking like 250 crit damage is possible if you swap the crit rate rolls on here to crit damage, right? And now you have 35% crit damage, and take some crit rate rolls away from here, add some more crit damage in, right? Like, it's possible to get 250 crit damage, but also you already have 250 crit damage with C6 Fars on, so like, does it matter? Right? Like, as far as optimization goes, you have basically a really, really optimized build. Like, there's very, very little to improve here. So, yeah. Dang it, Gerato, stop. No. No, you're trapping me here for longer, Gerato. Fine, it's fine. So, anyways. Yeah, good builds. I like them. Thank you for the dono. Alright, Brink. Alright. Oh yeah, 1.0. I remember this message. I just deleted it from my memory. I'm a 1.0 consistent player who wants to specifically review Fremenade, Dia, Furina, or Xiangling. Oh, we're going to review them all. Alright, Dia, Xiangling will be last. Frem, Glad build. Is this physical or... Yeah, it's a physical build. Okay. So you can choose like physical or cryo. Usually it'd be choosing between melt or not. Oh, you have C6. Nice. I will probably build Fremenade when I get C6. I don't think I have C6 right now. I think. If I do, I apologize for saying I would build him when I have C6. C6 with C6 Mika. Nice. I like it. Yep. This is this is a non-crit weapon, right? So this is basically a near ideal crit ratio. This is a very, very, very good build. Yeah. Although, actually, ER... I don't remember... He has energy refunding constellations, and I don't know what your team looks like for him. He does want to burst consistently, I'm pretty sure, on a physical build. Does he not on a physical build? I thought he did on a physical build. Because you get physical damage from his skill. You run Furina, Fish, Mika. I guess, yeah, the fish particles. Fish particles, Mika on Fab, Furina on Fab probably is fine. Yeah, C2 energy on hit. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's enough ER to burst, I haven't played C6 for him. So, you know, if it's enough, it's enough. I just thought you would need more than 0. But yeah. I do recall him needing the burst, though, to like have his reduced skill cooldown kind of thing. Yep. You know, what Sylviana's talking about in chat. In my experience, he needs 120. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. He does what Mika gives a ton of particles, and Fremine C2 or C4 is ER. You run no Fab and get away with it? Alright, yeah. I mean, if it works for you, that's awesome. Fremine, Dia, Furina, Siege. We'll look at Furina quick, Furina simple. Wow, you have ER. Yep, you have ER. You get a thumbs up from me. You have ER. Only downside is you have ER with an ER timepiece, which means you don't have much flexibility right now, unless you have other artifacts to switch to for more ER than this. So you're basically stuck to just like switching to Fav. But since you're running a crit rate weapon, or crit damage weapon with a crit rate circlet anyways, it's not the end of the world to just switch to Fav. Like, this build would still just be perfectly fine if you need to switch to Fav. So, gets a thumbs up for me. Good job. You have ER. Yeah, you can just switch to Fav. Siege Wayne. Not DPS. Well, actually, okay, you're using her weapon. I'm pretty sure her weapon is worse for her, like if you're doing MH DPSing, which is weird. Her weapon's not great, but her weapon does let you do what you're doing here, which is a 2-piece build and have a good amount of crit rate versus being stuck to MH. But like, I think being stuck to MH on her is fine because you're using it with Furina anyways, usually. Even if you're DPSing her, it's good to, I don't know. Anyways, so I don't know what DPS team you're doing with her. If you're doing DPS Siege Wing without Furina, then this technically is probably better than what I do for DPS Siege Wing, right? Usually you're with Dia quick swap, nice. So something similar to me, but I don't know if you use Furina. So, oh, you do use it with Furina? Okay. Then you might actually find that MH was better with Aqua, but not that you should get Aqua or anything. I'm not saying that. I don't think this build is so much worse than doing MH with Aqua. It's just a weird situation of how they designed her and her weapon. Is that I think doing, you know, a HP build on MH with Aqua Simulacra might be better than this, but it's probably not that different realistically, especially with you having a Hydro Goblet and Crit Circlet, and having as much HP as you do. So yeah, it seems like a really good DPS Siege Wing build is my point. There's different approaches to it. That's one of the benefits of Siege Wing, that she has the flexibility to do these different approaches for DPSing her. So yeah, and if you like her weapon, you got it, and you may as well use it, obviously. So yeah, it's definitely looks like a she gets 36% crit rate, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, if I recall. So she has almost about 80% crit rate here, basically. Also triple crowned. Your sanity is low, but I respect it. How many characters have you triple crowned? 1, 2, 3. Didn't triple crown Furina. Alright, you like crowning. You almost triple crowned him. Alright, you haven't triple crowned Dia, because how dare you? Anyways, you did funny charge shot things, so that makes sense. That's fair. Alright, was it Dia? Yeah, just Dia, I think. Beacon, emblem, 80, 180, 204. Damn, nice. Yep. It looks pretty similar to my Furina build, or my Dia build, but better. So congrats. I think mine is basically, what is mine? I think mine's like 80% crit rate, similar crit rate, but a bit less crit damage, if I recall. So yeah, it's this very strong Dia build. The only interesting thing that I would like to do with Dia, particularly when Vora Cautious comes to the strong box, is I intended to hopefully get a permanent build on her on Vora Cautious. The reason is because Vora Cautious becomes a little bit better with her C1, but Vora Cautious is also still probably kind of really not worth. But particularly in the context of, you know how Siege Wing gives a skill damage buff, like a flat skill damage buff. Well, Vora Cautious gives skill damage bonus, so flat skill damage buff plus skill damage bonus, like Siege Wing can make Dia do meaningfully more skill damage. So again, like Vora Cautious with Dia C1, which gives her additional HP scaling, and that means Vora Cautious 2-piece HP, makes it a little bit better. So I want to get to a 4-piece Vora Cautious eventually on her that is on a higher ER build like this one. but God, it's kind of awful to farm Voracashas. Like, so anyways, I'm probably going to strong boss Voracashas eventually over time to try to get Dia moved over to it. So I can have the best of both worlds, but it's really hard to get a Voracashas build that is as good as an emblem build like this one. And so I'm in a similar situation to you where it's like, it'd be cool, but it's also kind of insane to try to get a better Voracashas build than this is. So yeah, you just ended on emblem anyways. Indeed, that is how it goes. So, anywho's, I like it. I like it a lot. I love Dia. Okay, I think there was one last one because Girato chose to enslave me. Give me R2. I have no what two R's are. $7,000. RNG sucks. What do you want me to do, Tao? Candace? On-field attack, normal attack damage Candace. I like it. Probably want to level up your normal attack talent more if you're doing normal attack Candace. I would recommend. But all things considered, seems like a fun Candace build. Also probably want to level up that more. You don't have to level up Candace herself really more. I use 2 Hydro. I mean, that's fine. Yeah. What do you do? You could do Mono Hydro, I guess, but yeah, you could probably level up her skill more too. But again, they're doing attack skill on Candace because Candace's normal attacks, like you give herself an infusion. So, but her burst and her skill can still do some damage, potentially, mostly her skill. So like it is still worth leveling her skill a little bit, particularly because you can also use it to like tank some damage from enemies. So I do think it's worth leveling up her skill for sure, and also her normal attack more if you are really serious about trying to optimize normal attack Candace. But realistically, normal attack damage Candace is not going to ever like carry you through Abyss, at least unless you. I mean, you could use her in like a mono Hydro team, Furina, Yalon, Candace, Jean, or something, right? And it probably would be fine. But if you want to actually do more complicated things with her, it can be harder to utilize her. So, yeah. Can you refresh real quick? Why? Why? Did you, like, level up talents or something? It's not that big a deal if you did. But, anyways. Also, Xinyan. Not C6, sad. Oh, you have Redhorn. Nice. So, there's a really weird thing you can do that I've seen. You can do a hybrid Xinyan. So... let's see if I can do this. Xinyan, Amber. No. So, she has her C6. Decreases the stamina consumption of charge attacks by 30%. Additionally, her charge attacks gain an attack bonus equal to 50% of her defense. This gives her weird defense scaling on her charge attacks. So, I have seen people do with Redhorn, because it has its own defense to charge attack scaling. You can do like full def. So what I wanted to do was with Redhorn, and this, I don't have Redhorn, right? But what I would like to do eventually is a build kind of like yours, but a little bit goofier, where I do defense main stat on Circlet, Timepiece, and Goblet. So full def, hybrid Xinyan, full def, hybrid Xinyan with MH, and bam. That's what I want to do eventually. You're obviously going the attack Pyro crit route, which is fine. I'm sure this is you're as good as a DPS Xinyan could be because it's DPS Xinyan, but it's something I want to try. And you kind of need to use C6 Bennett to be clear still, because Pyro Infusion good. You know, things get serious when he opens an anonymous tab to search for a build. This whole tab has been this is the same like browser window I just have on an anonymous window because I needed the spreadsheet to not show my my email, which is stupid. I should close that. Albedo, you have Cinnabar Spindle. Of course you do. Rude. Not that Cinnabar Spindle is that relevant, because Albedo himself is not that relevant, but it is still a weapon I wish I had literally released the patch before I started playing the game. Yay for event weapons. They're great. Cat. You got C6 Cat? Is a DPS Cat? You a little bit over cap crit, right? Because you're on Marcia. Your burst is also only level 5, which is disrespectful to DPS Cat. Just saying. It's C1 Albedo. Okay. I mean, nice. I mean, I'm glad you like Albedo. You got a nice 4-piece golden troop build. Sorry. I don't know. It just seemed like a decent Albedo build. There wasn't that much I can comment on about it, to be honest. Albedo is Albedo. He's not useless, but he's also not really the best at anything. He suffers from 1.0 Geo 5-star problems, basically. Sorry. Shatter Albedo? Maybe. I've crowned Kiwawa because of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. She deserves all the crowns. Every one. Interesting, you're running an HP timepiece. If your goal is to get the biggest burst damage, obviously attack timepiece is more worthwhile. HP is just good for shielding, and then you could do EM if you want to see slightly higher spreads, but realistically, let's say basically attack or HP if you want shielding or more damage. You're farming Kirara talents. Fair. But yeah, I don't know, it seems like a pretty good MH Kiwawa build. The reason, I mean, to be clear, the overcapping crit rate is not that surprising. It's actually impressive that you aren't overcapped even more, considering the 44% crit rate. It's pretty easy to accidentally overcap crit rate with the Jade Cutter on MH, of course, so, you know. How are we submitting your UDs? Right now I'm just finishing up donations. This is literally the last one. So you'll probably have to join a future stream. Crave that spice. I spent the first like 3.5-ish hours of this stream doing random selection ones and not random. But, you know, I'm just trying to finish up donation ones. So, yep. Dorado decided to imprison me. I like it. Rosaria's ear needs can vary wildly, but you do have C4 Rosaria. I personally would probably still use more energy than that on most of the teams I've used Rosaria in, but I'm mostly thinking in a polearms only context, so I honestly have no idea how much ER she's going to need in a normal context. But you might still want more. If you're struggling with Rosaria ever, that might be why. But other than that, Rosaria gives her some free crit, right? So this is it's like, what is it? It's like 10%, 15%? I don't know. It's close-ish to 70% crit rate. It's fine. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. Yep, as far as the 2-piece builds go, I like it. It's a Kazuha. It's a Kaya. A burst Kaya. Nice. I like it. Pretty healthy Kaya. He gets crits half the time. But it's a Kaya. Kazuha with ER. Oh, did you? Oh yeah. Wow. I didn't even notice. Sorry, I passed over. You have an 800 EM Kazuha with 200 ER. That's actually impressive. My bad. I shouldn't have skipped over it. My bad. I on-fielder. Okay. So, Rosaria's almost always catch her particles on field. That doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter for her ER needs. It more depends on the team. I don't know what team you're using on. If you're on-fielder with Chung Yun or something, then Chung Yun is giving her particles. That's probably why you didn't need energy. But I usually use Rosaria in teams with like Shenhe, for example, on polearms only. I use double cryo, and she, without C4, to be clear, needs more than this, significantly more than this. With C4, I could probably get away with double cryo with Shenhe with less than this. But if you're not using it with double cryo, then you probably need more ER. It just depends. It's ER. It depends. That's all. You on-fielder with Kaya and Benny. Well, there you go. You have C6 Benny, I assume? So you can get some extra pyro application note with normal attacks, hopefully. C6 Benny is probably very valuable there. If you can use C6 Benny to keep up the pyro. Or you can just use Xiangling, I guess, now that I think about it, because Xiangling things. Yep. Yeah, C6 Benny, nice. Cool. Alright, yeah, I like what you got going on, Geratu. Appreciate it. You are kind of embracing the mindset that I do, I think. In Genshin, which is just doing weird silly builds. Yeah, I don't know. If you try, feel free to let me know if you try defense main stat. And yeah. Is it something you should do? No. Oh wait, you don't have C6. But, you know, if you get C6 in yeah, defense main stat. Anywho's, I'm free. I think I finished all my donations. If for some reason I missed anything, feel free to send me a DM on Discord. I can chat with you. about your thing, because I don't want to feel like I yoinked your money and didn't acknowledge it. But appreciate the support for this. Like, you know, like again, as I mentioned before, my balance that I want to find with these streams. No, Sylveon, stop. My balance I want to find for these streams, right, is doing like what I did this stream with the first few hours. I gotta fix my spreadsheet and crap, but like hopefully I can get this to work better. But yeah, doing the random UIDs and then swapping between doing randoms and donations, and then if I have more donations to finish at the end of the stream, finish them up like I did this stream. I think that format is probably the best way I can balance this as far as being fair. Then it's like, it's a win for entertainment value. It's a win for being able to see some fun builds from people and hopefully give some advice in cases that is relevant. And it's a win for me because it actually makes me money on live streams, and I usually don't make that much money on live streams. So it's actually worth the time for me to do these because I actually make money. Crazy. And then I can also do them ad-free, which is cool as well if I'm actually getting meaningful donations. So, yeah. I'm free, except for I'm gonna be recording like the whole freaking day anyways, doing Emilie things. So I'm not free from Genshin. I'm gonna be on Genshin like the whole day in like an hour and a half when Emilie's banner comes. But anyways, I don't know, if you're not subscribed, subscribe for that, I guess. That'll be happening. I'll have that video tomorrow, and then I'll have a live stream tomorrow. Actually, I probably won't do that much testing for Emilie tonight, so I'll probably just be finishing editing and whatever. But I will probably have a live stream testing a whole lot of things with Emilie, both on Polearms Only here, as well as on my main account. So, yep. And, hopefully, wish me luck for Emilie, I guess. Because, oh boy, no boy, I don't know. I've had some instances of bad luck, some instances of good luck lately, and things could make me very unhappy, but we'll see what happens. It'll be gambling content. Anywho's, have you done Common S? Did I do yours? I don't think I did review yours, Commons, if you're gonna go review the footage. I don't recall seeing your account. I apologize, but you can maybe feel free to join a future one for a chance. But yeah, thank you. It was a fun stream, a little bit tiring, but onwards to Emilie gambling. Bye-bye.